I just want to remind everyone that this is being broadcast live via the internet, so any of us either on the dais or in the audience can be on screen at any time. And also would ask everybody to please put their cell phones on stun, as well as your iPads and all the other electronic devices. Our annual Higher Education Leadership Conference will be held on October 4th and 5th at the Doubletree Hotel near North Austin off of IH-35. The conference brings together our regents, trustees, chancellors, presidents, and other interested education leaders to discuss critical higher education issues. The conference will begin at noon on October 4th with the annual State of Higher Education Luncheon and our annual Texas Higher Education Star Awards. This luncheon will feature our 2012 Star Award finalists, and our Commissioner Raymond Paredes will give his annual State of Higher Education address. The winners, of course, of the Star Award will be announced at this luncheon. The Governing Board orientation sessions are scheduled to begin at 8 a.m. on October 5th and will end at 2 p.m. for university regents. To meet the legislatively mandated training requirement for community college Governing Board members, orientation sessions will continue until 4:45 for this group. While these sessions satisfy the training requirements for newly appointed regents and elected trustees, many tenured regents and trustees also find them helpful and are welcome to attend. In addition, we'll be holding our second annual conference on reinventing instruction and learning on October 3rd and 4th. This conference will also be held at the Doubletree in North Austin and brings together higher ed faculty and staff from campuses across Texas to share best practices on innovative approaches to instruction and research on student learning, persistence, and completion. This conference will begin at 11:30 on October 3rd and continue through October 4th, ending with the annual State of Higher Education and annual Star Awards luncheon from noon to 2 p.m. Please look for hold-the-date announcements and future communications flooding your email sometime soon. I'd like to take a moment. He's been introduced at our committee meetings, but this is his first board meeting, so I would like to introduce our new student board member. And Ryan Bridges of Huntsville has got to have the longest resume of any of our student board members heretofore. He was appointed in June of 2012 to a one-year term as student rep. Ryan is an alumnus of Sam Houston State University, where he received a BBA and is currently pursuing a master's in business administration. Prior to his role on the coordinating board, Ryan served a one-year term as Governor Perry's appointment on the Texas State University System Board as their student regent. He was a member of their Diversity Enhancement Committee. Additionally, Ryan served 2 terms as Sam Houston State University Student Body President, 2 years as a member of the Texas State System Student Advisory Board with a term as chairman, and has also served as a member of the Presidential Selection Committee, which was tasked with recommending Sam Houston State's 13th president to the Board of Regents. You did a good job on that one, by the way. In addition to his service to higher education, Ryan is an employee in the cash department at the Community Service Credit Union in Huntsville. But lest you think we're done with his bio, in recognition of his on-campus leadership and service, Ryan was the recipient of the Sam Houston State Outstanding Junior Student Leader Award in 2010 and the Sam Houston Krager Memorial Award for Outstanding Male Senior in 2011. Inducted twice into Who's Who among American universities and colleges, Ryan's a life member of the Sam Houston State Alumni Association and an Eagle Scout. Please help me in welcoming Ryan to the board. Ryan, would you like to say a few words? Would you like to say a few words?
I've earned my receding hairline. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I thought that was just an optional look, you know. Well, you're welcome. And I even edited that bio to get it down to that. I think we have one new president in the audience, Lily Tercero, president of Texas Southmost College. If you're with us this morning, thank you for being here. Are there any other new presidents or chancellors with us in the audience today? All right. My last announcement concerns the restructuring of our board committees in an effort to achieve a better balance of the scope and the workload between our standing committees. I am reorganizing them as follows, effective with the new fiscal year, September 1st. First, we will now have the Committee on Academic and Workforce Success, which we spent endless hours coming up with an acronym. It will be known as CAUSE. This committee will be responsible for matters relating to academic and technical programs, certificates of approval, accreditation, workforce development, such as Perkins and vocational education, research programs, GME recommendations, and other health-related programs, college readiness and success, for example, TSI, developmental ed and adult basic ed, P16 outreach initiatives such as the College Access Challenge grant programs, learning technology, and transfer issues and initiatives. I'm appointing the following members to this committee. Janelle Shepard as chair, Durga Agrawal as vice chair, Dennis Golden, Jim Lee, and David Tischer. Ryan Bridges and I will serve as ex officio members of each of these committees. The second committee is CAP, the Committee on Affordability, Accountability, and Planning. It will be responsible for matters related to statewide strategic planning, the board's legislative agenda, formula funding recommendations, campus facilities, the accountability system, student financial aid, closing the gaps progress reports, and institutional cost efficiencies. I am appointing the following members to this committee. Harold Hahn as chair, David Tischer as vice chair, Bobby Jenkins, Durga Argawal, and Munir Lalani. Again, Ryan and I will be ex officio members. The agency's operation committee will continue to be responsible for matters pertaining to agency operations, the agency's legislative appropriations request, audit, compliance, and IT functions, the student loan portfolio, and the agency's continuous improvement initiatives. I'm appointing the following members to this committee. Munir Lalani as chair, Bobby Jenkins as vice chair, Harold Hahn, Jim Lee, and Janelle Shepard. Again, Ryan and I will be ex officio members. I'm also assigning for now, two standing task forces as follows. The Task Force on Community College Issues will focus on the increasing critical role of our community colleges in closing the educational gaps in Texas, and will bring a concentrated focus to the board on issues pertaining to strengthening community colleges and improving student success. Members will be representatives from both the CAUSE and CAP, and will report to the board directly. The board is the committee of the whole. I'm appointing the following members to this task force. Dennis Golden as chair, Munir Lalani, and Durga Agarwal. The Task Force on Graduate Medical Education will focus on the significant shortages of residencies in Texas and bring a more concentrated focus to the board on issues relating to strengthening GME in Texas, including increasing funding for new first-year positions, expanding residency training, particularly in underserved areas, and increasing third and fourth-year clinical rotations. Members will represent both the CAUSE and CAP and will report to the committee as a whole, the board directly. The following members to this task force will be Bobby Jenkins as chair, Janelle Shepard, and David Tischer. The committee as a whole will continue to be responsible for matters pertaining to the job performance of the commissioner, general counsel, and auditor. Schedule-wise, CAUSE and CAP will now meet on the same day, beginning at 9 a.m. and ending by 5, unless the chairs prove much more efficient, as I hope they will. The Agency Operations Committee will continue to meet the day before each quarterly board meeting, and the task forces will meet on an ad hoc basis and with stakeholder work groups as appropriate. Staff will post these new committees and assignments on our website and send each of you an electronic copy. All right, with that, I think we're ready to dive into our agenda. Next item is approval of the minutes for the October board meeting. Do I have a motion for approval?
So moved.
I have a motion and a second from Munir. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. The motion carries. Next is the consent calendar for the entire meeting. The consent calendar includes non-controversial items that we think can be approved without comment or discussion and allows us to save time for other items that need more attention. Of course, any board member can request that an agenda item be removed from the consent calendar and give us the opportunity to discuss it fully later in the meeting. At this time, do any of our board members want to remove another item or items from the consent calendar? Does any board member want to add any items to the consent calendar? Hearing neither, do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar? I have a motion from Bobby and a second from Dennis. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. All right, we will now move to agenda item 4, our major policy discussion. I'd like to invite Dr. Sandy Baum and Dr. Steve Desjardins and Dan Weaver to the table at this time. This panel will discuss, our discussion will focus on restructuring state financial aid to make the most efficient and effective use of the state's limited financial aid dollars in order to assist the greatest number of students. Dr. Sandy Baum is an independent higher education policy analyst and a consultant and a senior fellow at the George Washington School of Education and Human Development, as well as Professor Emeritus of Economics at Skidmore College. She has written and spoken extensively on issues relating to college access, affordability, and other aspects of higher education finance. Dr. Baum chaired the Brookings Institution State Grant Aid Study Group, which recently published Beyond Need and Merit, Strengthening State Grant Programs. Dr. Baum will provide the national context for student financial aid and later will respond to some staff recommendations relating to restructuring financial aid in Texas. Also joining us is Dr. Steve Desjardins. Am I pronouncing that correctly? Okay. Director of the Center for the Study of Higher and Post-Secondary Education at the University of Michigan. His research interests include student transitions from high school to college, what happens to students once they enroll in college, the economics of post-secondary education, and applying new statistical techniques to the study of these issues. Dr. Desjardins has been assisting Dr. Lee Holcomb, our Director of Higher Ed Policy Institute, with the analysis of Texas financial aid data and will critique the results of the analysis to date and implications for today's policy discussion. He will also demonstrate a user-friendly, research-based tool that would assist the state and the institutions in allocating grant dollars more effectively. And last but not least, I have to say it because it's in my script, Dan Weaver, Assistant Commissioner for Business and Support Services, will present staff recommendations on reforming the state's major financial aid programs, the Texas Grant Program, and the Be On Time Loan Program. Thank each of you for being here today. Dan, I understand you're going to kick off the discussion, providing an outline, and then be followed by Dr. Baum and Dr. Desjardins. So take it away.
Since Ryan started off with the receding hairline joke, I might have to have my own, but I'll save it until later.
Okay.
At the appropriate time.
Wait with great anticipation.
I'm sure you will. Thank you very much for having us this morning. I'm going to make some opening comments just to kind of frame the discussion that we're going to have and then turn it over to Sandy, who's going to talk through national and what other states are grappling with regard to financial aid. Then I'm going to bring it back over to my side. We're going to talk about some preliminary discussions that we've had about some specific programs that are state-specific. And then Sandy's going to kind of close out some comments, and Steve is going to also comment, as the chairman has suggested. This is a discussion, so there are going to be opportunities for folks to ask questions, and the more difficult the questions, the better. So I know that we'll be happy to have this discussion. When I put the first slide together, there were some kind of stated some obvious facts, and after I've gone back and looked at it a few times, realizing that they're so obvious that they're almost maybe too simple. But it's hoping to kind of frame the notion of what we're here to talk about today. And really the last statement on there is that given these obvious things that are going on within the state, our state financial aid programs don't necessarily fit with what's transpiring in the state. So we have a growing needy student population. Tuition and fees are continuing to rise. We have more students attending community college. We're trying to figure out ways to incentivize students, not just institutions, to have them progress and graduate on a more timely basis. And as we've overlaid those onto our existing state programs, we've come to find that our state programs don't necessarily fit very well with these facts that are going on within our state. So that's really helped to kind of frame our discussion internally and to try to kick around ideas about, well, what can we do to be more efficient and to make better use of the state's resources that we have. This is just basically a primer slide to get everybody speaking the same language. Financial aid has specific terms that are commonly used, but they're maybe not commonly used unless you particularly have a child in college right now or you've filled out a FAFSA in the last few years. So when we talk about financial aid, there's a couple of major terms. Cost of attendance is one term, which includes direct costs, what we're going to call academic charges, as well as indirect costs, which includes living expenses, room and board, transportation, miscellaneous expenses. So when you see a cost of attendance figure, it is a full tuition and fee, living expense, estimated cost for a particular student to attend a particular university for that given year. And then the next bullet down is expected family contribution, and that's created when students go to the federal side and fill out a free financial aid federal
Reapplication for
student aid. Thank you. It's a federal definition. Sandy's going to talk a fair amount about its reaction or its interaction with the Pell Grant program, so I won't belabor that terribly. But it indicates a family's ability to help to pay for the cost of higher education. It is not necessarily a dollar figure. It creates a dollar figure, but that dollar figure is not necessarily money that I've got in my pocket that I can put down on that particular day to help fund my education. It's a comprehensive view of what a family's ability to pay is. And then financial need is cost of attendance minus expected family contribution and other educational resources. Other educational resources might be exemptions, or they might be other scholarships a student might bring with them when they attend. So this defines need. So if I have a cost of attendance of $20,000, for instance, and my expected family contribution is $15,000, and I've got $5,000 of scholarship funds, then my need, based on this calculation, is zero. So from a financial aid perspective, that student has resources adequate to pay for that particular year of higher education. So with that basic primer, I'm going to turn it over to Sandy, and she's going to take us through more of a national and what other states are doing.
Thank you. This one?
Yep.
Okay. I'm happy to have a chance to talk with all of you. I think that you're all well aware that the problems that you're facing in Texas are not so different from the problems that are being faced in other states and that we face as a nation. And I have to say that one thing that I'm impressed by is that the way that you're approaching the problem seems to be better and more thoughtful than the way that many other constituencies are approaching the problems, because you are looking at evidence and you're trying to analyze the situation, and in many places, that's not so much the case. But it seems like it would be helpful a little bit to talk about what's happening to Pell Grants, because all of the students about whom you are most concerned and who are getting your state grants are Pell Grant recipients. The Pell Grant is the foundation of federal financial aid and is intended to significantly diminish the financial barriers facing low and moderate income students going to college. And I'm sure you have heard that the Pell Grant, that people are very worried about how much we're spending on Pell Grants. And the reason that people are worried about it is because the national expenditures have doubled in just a few years. So we spend about $36 billion a year on Pell Grants, and just, say, 3 years ago, we spent about $18 billion a year on Pell Grants. And, of course, people are worried about this. The question is, why is that happening? And One reason that it's happening is that we have increased the maximum Pell Grant, which is the Pell Grant that goes to people who have a zero EFC, or in other words, who can't afford to basically pay anything for college. But if you look at this graph, you'll see that the maximum Pell Grant, this is adjusted for inflation, but in the most recent years, the maximum has gone up to $5,550, a big increase. But if you look historically at what that means, it's not that it's so generous now, it's that it really declined in inflation-adjusted dollars over a long period of time, and it's now caught up. But a big part of that increase just happened in the last couple of years. The maximum Pell Grant is the only thing you ever hear about. People talk about, can we keep 5550? That's like the headline about Pell Grants. But in fact, the average Pell Grant that students receive is significantly smaller than that, and that's because even if you're a full-time student, there are students who have some ability to pay but still receive Pell Grants. And so they may just get less than the maximum. So they fill out the FAFSA and we find out somebody has some money, their parents, or they have some money, and so they don't qualify for the full amount. But the other thing is that many students go part-time, and if you go part-time, you can still get a Pell Grant, but that's prorated for the part-time attendance. So the average Pell Grant is something under $4,000. And if you look at the path of it, it's not that different from the path of the maximum Pell Grant. This maximum Pell Grant, even though it's gone up in the past few years, still covers a lower portion of the cost of attendance at colleges and universities than it used to. And that's because it hasn't, as you saw, gone up in real terms, but also because, of course, we know the cost of attendance has gone up. And that's partly tuition and fees that have increased, and it's partly living costs. And so the amount of this that's under the control of higher education is a fraction. I mean, if you look at room and board living costs of students at public institutions, those are generally higher than the tuition and fees. And, what can you do about the price of food and rent is another question. But in 1991-92, the maximum Pell Grant covered 44% of the average national in-state tuition and fees for public college students. Now it's 32%. And it did go up a little bit with the increase in the maximum Pell, but still it's about a third of the total. And this is just tuition fees, room and board for public four-year college students. And there are a lot of numbers here, but I think you have a printout of it. You can look, and this gives you an idea of what has happened to the expenditures. And you see that in 2010-11, the federal government spent about $35 billion, and in constant dollars, in just 2008-09, they spent $18 billion. So people are worried, and people are worried because they think, how can we spend that much money? If we look at it as a percentage of the national budget, it doesn't look so big. We spend that kind of money on other things. But there is a lot of pressure to worry about this. And it's also important to note that of the 9.1 million recipients, about 60% of them are independent students, which means that we don't know anything about their parents. They're either over the age of 24, or they're veterans, or they're married, and we don't really know who they are. We just know they don't have bachelor's degrees, and right now they don't have very much money. So this is not just about getting students from low-income families to go to college when they're 18 or 19 years old. It's also a program that funds basically worker training for adults, and that's a really important thing to understand about Pell Grants and about the pressures on Pell Grants. And so people have been looking for short-term ways to try to cut expenditures on Pell Grants. One of the things that happened recently that actually isn't going to save that much money, but makes a lot of sense, is that it used to be that you could get a Pell Grant for 18 full-time semesters, and they cut that to 12. And it seems pretty reasonable. We don't really think people should go to undergraduate college for 18 full-time semesters. You would be surprised at the pushback on this. And, of course, you can find individual students for whom, there's some explanation for why this happened, and they're in a mess, and that's a problem. But by and large, already people are starting to say, our students are actually now figuring out that they have to plan to complete in a shorter period of time. This is an example, I think, of the kind of thing that you always are going to find tension over politically, but in fact, it can have an impact on behavior. It is the kind of thing that at the national level, and I'm sure at the state level too, you get debate over is it okay to focus on completion as opposed to just access? The Pell Grant program, like most state grant programs, were designed to give people money so that they could pay and go to college. And now we're thinking more, well, a lot of those people aren't finishing. Is there anything we could do to improve the incentives for completion? And in Washington and around the country, there are debates about, is this okay? What, you mean we've solved the access problem? And of course, the answer is not that we have totally solved the access problem, but we have made more progress on the access problem than we have on completion. And, we're not really doing students any favor if we keep them in school for long periods of time. And we give them grant money, but they're also borrowing. So they're accumulating a lot of money, and then they don't finish. So I think that this political issue is one that's important to pay attention to. Really, the focus on getting students through is an important one, and there are some changes that are likely coming to Pell and may also come to many state grant programs as a result. There's some other changes. People are talking about big changes and little changes to the Pell Grant program. I'm leading a group of national experts on student aid talking about big ideas for changing Pell. We don't yet know what we're going to say, but we do think it's important to think about the incentives, about making the program simpler, and about thinking about whether funding adults who need job training is really the same thing as funding low-income students who need to go to college. But the national program, like state programs, is somewhat at risk because people are worried about the budget deficits. People are worried about rising tuition prices. Some people think that these federal financial aid programs and within state financial aid programs are an explanation for rising prices. Most of the empirical evidence suggests that's really not true. I mean, it's certainly true that there are people who wouldn't be able to go to college if you didn't give them this money, but the explanation for rising prices certainly lies elsewhere. People are also very concerned about student debt and about the for-profit sector. 25% of Pell Grant funds go to students in the for-profit sector, and for-profit institutions do tend to raise their tuition. A lot of evidence about this as a result of the availability of student aid. So there's a lot of flux in the Pell Grant program, and what happens to the Pell Grant program is certainly important, both for the needs of your state grant program and for the way that you design it. Some states have it so that when Pell goes up, they give the students less money directly because they say, you have Pell, you don't need the money. And that creates a complicated tension between the two programs. But certainly watching, and I can't tell you what's going to happen, but it is certainly a politically popular program. So I don't think that it's really going to happen that the Pell Grant program is going to be cut significantly, but there could be some changes on the horizon for the federal Pell Grant program. State grant programs, of course, vary considerably. Texas's model is one model, and actually Texas, where tuition in public four-year colleges is pretty close to the national average, also provides state grants that are pretty comparable in a dollar amount to the average grant per student that is awarded around the country. One of the things that Texas does that is not so pervasive is make these grants need-based. Congratulations on that. Too many states are giving their money to students who could afford to enroll in college without this support, and they're finding that actually to be very expensive. And also, while those programs are good because they're simple and people know about them, that's important. Simple programs that people know about and understand are much more effective than more complicated programs. Still, targeting the aid at students who need the money in order to enroll and succeed is certainly something that Texas is doing right. This slide has examples of just a few states to which I understand that you like to compare yourselves, of the differences. There are just dramatic differences around the country. There are states that have much higher tuition. New Hampshire and Vermont have the highest, but you see here that Illinois and Pennsylvania have much higher tuition than Texas does. Florida has pretty low tuition, but the state grant aid also varies dramatically. So among the states listed here, New York is obviously very generous, and it does have need-based grant. It targets its aid on students who need it. Ohio cut their state grant program recently in the budget, under budget pressures, and they don't have so much student aid. And you can see that some in Tennessee, a lot of the aid is distributed without regard to financial circumstances. So there are lots of models to look at. There is no perfect model of state grant aid, and all states are dealing with the same kinds of issues you are. As I said, the issue of targeting is a critical one. So keeping focused on those students with financial need is terrifically important. And complexity, the multiple state grant programs. I mean, the idea that you can't just find out, this is the state grant, this is how much I'm going to get, but that you have to worry about the need-based and the non-need-based. In Texas, of course, it's where you're going to go to school. You're going to get a different grant, and that's different. That's, frequently very appropriate. But there's also the question, and I know this is going to be discussed later, about the difference between tuition set-aside grants and state grants. That is a line that seems to be a very clear line, but actually, from the student perspective, these are dollars that will help them pay. And effectively, these are not really tuition dollars. They really are state dollars, because these students are not paying the full cost of their education. So you could see their tuition is all going towards their education, and the state funding as paying for the tuition set aside. So I think there are issues there. One issue that I know you have grappled with and that I think is very difficult to answer is, what do you do when you don't have enough money to fund your program? The idea of first come, first serve, where, whoever fills out the application first just gets the money, and then you run out of money and you stop, is not the best way to do it. It's pretty arbitrary. One issue is, of course, that students from low-income families are likely to be the last to fill out their financial aid applications. But it also just makes sense to figure out who should get the money and give it to people in that way. There are states like Minnesota where they have a formula that they can just tweak some of the numbers in the formula in order to diminish the level of grant aid that students get. And that's a very reasonable thing to do, some sort of rational way of allocating it. But another issue is thinking about this issue of incentives for success. So again, targeting students who have financial need is not contradictory to providing incentives for success. The programs that are not based on financial need are looking at, what have you accomplished before you come to college? Like, how did you do in high school? And if you didn't do well in high school, there's not much you can do to change that, right? But programs that provide incentives for success are looking forward. And the idea here is, it's not how well you did in high school, it's whether you make academic progress in college or not. And that doesn't mean, did you have a B+ average? Because not everybody can get a B+ average, and you don't need for everyone to. What you need is for people to accumulate credits and make progress towards credentials. So incorporating incentives for success has the advantage of promoting the needs of the state and of the students, but it also, of course, can save money, because you're not continually handing out money to students who are just hanging out in school and not really accomplishing anything. So I think that those are issues that all states are thinking about, and I know that Texas is thinking about them, and I'm happy to talk about those issues with you.
Continuing on, we're going to go back now and take a more Texas-specific look. So I have a couple of charts that kind of give you a context of the student population that we're talking about, and in some cases how those trends have been changing over time. So this is FAFSA completers by family income to give you a sense of who is completing the FAFSA, and this is based on income level. Typically, the less than 40,000 population typically represents what we consider to be Texas grant eligible. Those are typically going to be your Pell Grant recipients as well. You'll notice at each particular income level, there's been an increase since between 2008 and 2011, but there's also a striking increase in the greater than $100,000 level, as more affluent families are starting to fill out the FAFSA to avail themselves of the various financial aid programs that are available. Most likely at that income level, they're not getting any grant aid from any place, no state grant aid, no federal grant aid for sure. So most of those students are filling out the FAFSA and are taking out loans. This next slide is a representation of the tuition and fees for a semester, and there's three different lines. The top line are the average tuition and fees for our public universities. The middle line is the maximum Pell Grant, back to Sandy's point about the zero EFC Pell Grant. And then the bottom line is the average tuition and fees at our public community colleges. So this is primarily, twofold. Is the reason we put this forward is to really kind of have a little bit of a graphical representation of the impact of the increase of Pell Grant dollar figure in the 2006 to 2009 range. There's a lot of debate nationally about what is the impact of increasing federal aid on tuition and fee prices. And what we found in Texas, specifically at community college, it really doesn't have any effect on tuition and fee charges at community college. And if I look at this, it doesn't really have any effect on university tuition and fee charges either. There's been a lot of studies, and you can find folks that think one way and folks that think the other way. What we're looking at and seeing here is, there's not really this direct relationship of every time a Pell dollar goes up, I'm going to increase my tuition and fee by that same amount. You would expect, given the flatness between 3 and 6, and then the flatness between 10 and 11, you would also see corresponding non-increases in tuition and fees, and that just hasn't been the case. This next slide is work that THECB did last year, so it's a little bit dated, but I think it's very representative and it really sets the stage for much of our conversation we're going to have that follows. This looks at increases in academic charges for the neediest students, and the kind of the end result of this particular slide is that for the lowest income students in Texas, those tuition and fee increases have largely been mitigated by grant aid, either federal, state, institutional grants, set-aside grants, wherever the cash originates from. The neediest students, so the blue line, 0 EFC students, are really no worse off today than they were in 2001. The red line is our Texas grant eligible population, so the same needy population, but with a few family resources. They don't look too dissimilar to 0 EFC students. And then the more problematic issue for us is this growing population of middle income students that don't have access to grant aid because we've run out of money. And the impact of increasing tuition and fee costs is largely they are realizing the bulk of those increases. So our programs are really do a fairly decent job on average at this lowest income student population. We don't do so well when you start getting into this 4,000 and up, which tends to be in the income level of $75,000 and higher. So our next slide really kind of starts the discussion. Hopefully we've framed it from a national perspective and from a Texas perspective. I do want to bring up and emphasize that these are preliminary recommendations. These are discussion items at this point. We haven't made, there haven't been any legislative recommendations. We're still polling various stakeholders, the financial aid offices, the enrollment folks at our institution. So these are ideas at this particular point, and this is the time we're trying to get feedback and pushback. And obviously, there's lots of pushback when we try to make change. So for this particular presentation, we're going to focus on 3 particular areas. We're going to focus on Texas Grant. We're going to focus on Be on Time, and then we're going to talk a little bit about state loan programs and how we might be able to better utilize those. Adjusting the Texas Grant Program really spawns from a lot of the work that the Policy Institute has been working on the last couple of years in collaboration with the LBB and a follow-up to the Rider 60 study that was done in 2009. So when we finally turn the mic over to Steve, he's going to make some comments about the particular analysis that we're doing. But essentially it's looking at, rather than giving a lot of money to upper division students and then running out of money for incoming students, which is the current structure of the Texas Grant Program. This analysis suggests that perhaps that's not the right way to go about it. Perhaps the right way is to give money to incoming freshmen preferentially, and then less funds for upper division students. So it's a complete flip from our current Texas grant model, which obviously whenever you completely flip something, there's a lot of pushback. So we're trying to work through those types of issues. In tandem with that, we're looking at smaller awards for students. So the current maximum Texas grant for next fall is $7,400. We're highly encouraging institutions to make $5,000 awards still in compliance with the statutory limitations that they might have. These recommendations would suggest that that dollar amount even be less than $5,000, and we'll get into those kind of details in a minute. We're going to talk about Be on Time Set-asides, we have some suggestions, hopefully, to restructure the Beyond Time program, to disentangle some of the intricacies of the program to make it more effective in its use more broadly on campus, and then look at the front end of it from a capital perspective of how do students actually pay for their tuition and fees when they enroll. And so that will follow in logically with the state loan programs, and we'll have a brief discussion about that. So specific to Texas Grant, and I think my 2 minutes is up, so I'm going to put my, these are preliminary discussion items. Nothing has been determined yet. We're having a discussion. So functionally what we're trying to do is make smaller awards to more students. And when we say more students, what we're essentially defining is all students within this current Texas Grant eligibility of 4,000 EFC and below. Some of our recommendations try to expand that EFC higher up to get to that green line that was on the previous slide of those middle income students that really don't have access to aid. We have a lot of transfer students that don't have access to any state programs based on their current structure. So we have approximately 16 to 20,000 transfer students from community college to public universities, and 20% of those, or less than 20% of those, were previous Texas Grant recipients. So the majority of our transfer students don't get any state aid. They typically have to rely on the institutional aid that's available to them. So what we're trying to work through are ways to fund those transfer students and fund them preferentially so that they have at least the notion that they're going to be able to get state aid. The next bullet is to transition Texas Grant to being a four-year institution, four-year public institution program, and then put funds for community college students within the TEOG program. So have very distinct programs that are targeted for those particular distinct student populations. So functionally, we would end up with TEG for private, Texas Grant for public four-year, and TEOG for community colleges. I think Ray Garcia is going to be speaking with his colleagues about some of the success initiatives that the community colleges are going to put forward. We've grappled with the notion of, we have a pool of funds that we've set aside for TEOG. They go to a very, very small population of students. Very effective for those very, very few students that actually get a TEOG, but perhaps there are better ways for the state to realize a better return on that investment if we could use those funds in other manners. And we're not suggesting, again, this is discussion, we're not suggesting to eliminate those funds from the community college sector. It's a matter of trying to focus them as most effectively and efficiently as we possibly can. The next one is really kind of the benchmark of the Texas Grant program, is to look at changing the maximum Texas Grant to be reflective of this direct cost notion. So academic charges, tuition fees, and books, less the Pell Grant that a student might receive, less the student's contribution through expected family contribution, and in a value not to exceed a student's need that we defined earlier in the presentation. How this works out notionally in 2014 would be 2013, $7,400. We would assess some kind of a book stipend on top of that, so about $8,400 for tuition and fees, so direct cost. The Pell minus EFC, if you put a parentheses around that, roughly is $5,600, no matter what your EFC and Pell is within the Pell eligible population. So then you have about 8,400 minus 5,600, so that's $2,800. $2,800, if this were put into place, that would essentially assure all of our less than 4,000, or actually in this case, less than 8,400 EFC students would get some kind of state grant aid. As you get higher up in the EFC level, the Texas Grant would continue to shrink, so that there's a phase out of Texas Grant once you get to that kind of limiting point of you've got enough family contribution to cover tuition and fees and books. The last part is looking at, and it kind of follows along some of the things Sandy said about encouraging full-time enrollment Currently, the Texas grant program is 3/4 time enrollment, so the recommendations and suggestions are to make it at least 12 semester credit hours, and then putting a cap on the availability of the semester credit, the semesters available for eligibility on 8 long semesters, but perhaps having a longer time period for those students to take advantage of that 8 semesters. So it's, people stop out. I mean, life happens for students. We don't want to eliminate them from the program. If they have to stop out for a semester, we want to be able for them to pick back up again so they can progress to a degree. The next slide is talking about tuition set-asides. Texas has a couple of very defined set-asides, statutorily defined set-asides. So they are funds that come from tuition set-aside payments. I think most of you, maybe most of you are too old. Most of you that were in school in the 70s paid set-asides through the THECB program, but you probably didn't know it because it wasn't very much money at the time. Set-asides essentially was the state's grant program from 75 through 1999. It is how we funded need-based grant programs in the state. So it's been a part of our culture for a very long time. What we're suggesting here is fairly drastic in its notion of taking some set-asides that are currently being used for the Beyond Time program and actually putting those funds into an incentive program for students to graduate in 4 years with a B average. So take the notion of Beyond Time and then apply it to all students entering the pipeline as freshmen, because ultimately, whether you're needy or not, we want you to progress and finish in 4 years. So this notion is taking the same Beyond Time forgiveness provisions and applying it to a tuition rebate program. And we have a tuition rebate program currently. It's not funded. It's funded from institutional funds. It's $1,000. I think the last data I saw that there were about 3,500 awards made-ish. So it's relatively small. It's not particularly very incentivizing, although my daughter did get one, which I'm terribly grateful for. In tandem with this notion of the set-asides is to relook at the distribution of the set-asides on designated tuition. Currently, it's 15% goes to a grant program, 5% goes to Beyond Time. We're suggesting that the percentage should be 10% for a tuition rebate program, 10% for grant aid, and then in our exceptional item request for our LAR within Texas Grant is an amount of Texas Grant funds that would take the Texas Grant program into this middle income that are currently getting these set-aside grants, but then the state essentially would be covering some of that grant aid. So we're going to trade out 5% from set-asides. We're going to put it into Texas Grant, and then we're going to incentivize students on the backside. So lastly, I'm going to talk a little bit about state loans. Durga challenged me a couple of months ago to expand our lending capacity within the program. So we've taken that admonition to heart, and then we've looked at structurally how do we craft various programs that might be beneficial for various student populations. So the set-aside program that I briefly described turns into a self-sufficient Beyond Time loan program should we avail ourselves of the set-asides that have been accumulating that we haven't had authorization to spend. So there's about $100 million we're estimating that's going to be available at the end of next fiscal year that we're hoping to be able to seed this particular program, and then we have bonding authority within our Henson Hazelwood bonding capacity to craft a program that essentially would be a subsidized from a student's perspective while they're in school of a 0% interest loan while they're in school, and then if they should happen to meet the forgiveness provision or the rebate provisions, they would get a stipend back from the rebate that they could use then to pay off their 0% interest loan, and then if they don't do that, then it converts and looks very much like a federal loan. Our cash flow models indicate that this particular model with this $100 million of seed funds would be self-sustaining within the program, so there wouldn't be any state appropriations required after that initial investment of the program. And then on the far right-hand side, Durga, this is because of the structure of our loan program, students can borrow up to full cost of attendance. So students have the ability to borrow $20,000, $40,000, $60,000, $80,000. We want to make sure that we protect the integrity of our portfolio. So we're suggesting that we have a slightly lesser credit standard and a slightly lesser available amount of money available to cover tuition and fees, and structured in such a way that it doesn't put our entire portfolio in any kind of risk. So we feel like within these particular three buckets, we've done a fairly decent job of strategically using that particular asset that the coordinating board has to get funds into various student populations. And then I'm going to turn it over to Sandy.
Well, so, I'm sorry. So, I have some thoughts about some of these proposals and some thoughts about the general way you think about this. I think it probably makes sense mostly to do this in discussion. But let me just say that I think that, the full-time enrollment focus is, again, reasonable. I mean, a lot of students can't go to school full-time. And so, whether you want to fund in some way students who go part-time and give them less money, but certainly we have a real problem with students who sort of think they're going full-time, but they're not really going full-time, and they don't get through, and they drop credits. And so doing something to encourage students to take more credits makes a lot of sense. I want to point out, we had this discussion last time I was here about whether 12 credits is enough. You can't graduate in 4 years. If you take 12 credits a semester, it's going to take you 5 years. And so I think that's something to think about figuring out ways to get people to take actually, sort of 30 credits a year in some way is important. Another issue that I think is important, and this is something that is in the proposals that are under discussion, and that is the cliff effect. I mean, the idea that you have an award and you either get one or you don't, this sharp distinction that you see between what's happened to the net price for people who are eligible for Texas grants and then people who aren't. I mean, the idea that you are or you aren't is something that has a lot of political weight. So you get middle income people saying, my problem is I'm middle income, I'm not rich enough to afford it, I'm not poor enough to get a grant, it's not fair. And of course, the way it should be is that it's not that your income went up by $1 and you lost thousands of dollars. It should be a slope where the amount of grant aid that you get is a function of your income. And if you're just before or after the eligibility line, it's not that much money that's at stake. So I think that's a really important thing to do for equity purposes. And also it does allow you to get, higher up the income scale without, it's not that you want to give people who make, $50,000, $60,000 a year this maximum award, but to not give them anything because they missed a cutoff is a problem. And then the other thing is I think that what's really important is that these proposals are being designed on the basis of evidence. So the evidence from the work that I guess we're about to hear more about, that in fact, the impact of the grant aid on enrolling students is bigger than the impact of the grant aid on students who have already made progress towards their degrees. I mean, it's a different kind of decision that's being made. That's an important reason to focus on making sure you fund entering students adequately. And certainly the transfer student issue. I mean, clearly what we want is for students from community colleges who go to community colleges to save money and then transfer, they obviously need support. And then the other issue I think that comes out of the research is about, do you want to give a smaller number of people a big award, or do you want to say we can't afford those big awards for everybody, so let's cut the awards a little bit and spread them out more? And it does seem that the first dollars of these awards are most effective and most important to get an award. And if you get, the difference between $500 and $1,000 is bigger than the difference between $3,000 and $3,500. And so that means that making sure that you get the awards to the students who need them, even if some students get a little bit less, seems to be important. So keeping, your eye on this evidence that's being accumulated, I think, is really important.
Well, good morning. For about 25 years, I've been engaged in various aspects of what we call enrollment management research, including the design, construction, and use of longitudinal student unit record databases, such as you have here, applying advanced statistical methods to these databases to study issues such as how students make their college choice decisions, student departure, what we call student departure from college, which covers everything from stop-out, drop-out behavior and graduation from college. And in particular, my research over this time is focused on how financial aid affects student decision-making regarding their choice of college and the many decisions that they make once they're enrolled in college. Why am I here today? Well, over the last month or so, I've been had the pleasure of advising the analytic team you put together to do the policy research referenced here a few minutes ago. And as you know, this team has some preliminary results, and one of my roles here today is to provide some insight into whether or not these results tend to conform to what the empirical literature says that's been done in the past, and also tell us about the effects of aid on student educational outcomes. But before I do so, I'd like to echo what Sandy said a little bit ago, and I'd really like to commend the board for constructing this longitudinal student unit record data system that will, in my view, be instrumental in assisting in making important educational policy decisions here in Texas for many years to come. This is a really smart investment in my view. And I have worked with many state student unit record databases. I have helped build these things. And for some time now have worked with Texas data on other projects through the TSP. And I will say that the data you have in place here in Texas that combines both K-12 data from TEA and the post-secondary data from THECB is as good, if not better, than any that I've seen around the country. So you really have a very valuable resource here. In addition, the establishment, I believe the establishment of the Higher Ed Policy Institute and the collaborations they've been engaged in with other agencies in Texas and external consultants has led to, in my opinion, some really important policy research and analysis to guide your decision making here in Texas about educational decisions. The establishment of this data system and organizational structure to analyze such data are fundamental if you want to engage in data-driven decision-making. And but these data and organizational structures, although they are necessary, they're not sufficient. One needs good people to do the analysis. And I'd like to take a second to compliment your analytic team here that has conducted the policy research on your behalf, in particular Dan and Lee Holcomb and George Purcell from the Legislative Budget Board, and Lonnie Pasich, a graduate student who's been working here with THECB over the last month or so, who I've been directly supervising with Lee's help. And I'd like to thank you also for having a graduate student engaged in this. This helps promote the use of data and the getting graduate students involved in this is really a good idea. I think it helps build your capacity within a unit, and it does a really important educative function for our graduate students, both within the state and elsewhere. As a former institutional researcher myself, and many times a backbencher in many of these discussions, I'd like to also acknowledge the hard work of a whole lot of other people whom I may not know, who have constructed your data systems and maintained them. I don't know who all these folks are, but they're doing a really good job. And so with that said, I'd like to now make some comments about the research that's done, the general research that's done, has been done around persistence, graduation, and effects of financial aid. Both theory and empirical research documents that different types and amounts of aid affect students differently over the course of their academic careers. I've spent most of my academic career studying how aid affects students, in particular how it does so over the course of their academic careers. So from the time they first come on the radar screen for an institution until they go out the door one way or other with or without a degree. A few general findings that may be relevant for the current discussion are that different types of aid have very different effects over the course of a student's career. So, for example, whether somebody loans affect student behavior very differently than grants, And even within the category of loans, different types of loans affect student behavior very differently. Subsidized loans affect student behavior in a particular way, and unsubsidized loans affect student behavior in a different way. Providing additional aid dollars typically has, as Sandy noted and Dan mentioned, it has a larger effect for students who are getting lower amounts of aid relative to students who are getting higher amounts of aid. So as Sandy said, the effect is not the same for moving from $500 to $1,000 it is for moving from, $5,000 to $6,000. There's a non-linearity in this, and the payoff is smaller at the higher end. This finding seems particularly relevant given the policy discussions underway here in Texas about how to distribute aid. This is a pretty clear finding in the general research, and it's something we're seeing in the analysis that we're doing here. Not surprising, different amounts of aid also affect students very differently. More is typically better than less, but we have limited budgets. But more importantly, I think, is the question is really about how to distribute aid and to whom the marginal aid dollar should be spent on. And so that's really one of the important points to take away from this. In general, also, early on in a student's academic career, aid has a larger effect on student outcomes than later on in their academic tenure. This implies that front-loading, as we call it, aid may be efficient and effective strategy. I must say, however, that the general research in this area, unlike many other aspects of aid provision, for instance, how amounts and types of aid differentially impact students, the research based on the front-loading aspect is not as robust and well-developed as it is in other aspects of aid. I have done some, my colleagues and I have done some of the work on front-loading, but the research base is not as well-developed there. So to summarize the general findings here is the type, amount, and timing of the provision of aid can be an important policy lever that you can pull if one wants to affect student outcomes such as academic performance, persistence, drop and stop out, and graduation behavior. The preliminary results that your team has put together is thus far generally conform to the empirical results that we see in the general higher education literature. And some of these research findings that, like more aid is better than less aid seems pretty common sense, and to astute observers. But in addition to being able to describe, that's what we're doing when we say that, we describe these relationships. More importantly, what you buy by doing the statistical analysis is you can put magnitudes on things. And so that's really important because as we see, like over time, you see different, effects of aid over time, and so we can actually put numbers on those things, and then and figure out what the strength of these relationships are over time. Once you have these estimates from these statistical models, what you can do then is you can simulate a bunch of what-if scenarios or different policy scenarios and really examine what the effects of changing different aid amounts or the timing of aid would be. And this is a general approach I've used over the course of my career when trying to inform policy discussions. And it's one that's being used here by the THECB analysts now, and one that we'll continue to work on in the coming days and weeks. There was a note from the chair about me going to demonstrate the simulation model, but that's not going to happen today in the interest of time. We'll continue to work on these statistical models and refine them so we can better understand how aid affects these educational outcomes of students over the course of their academic careers. Once we are finished with that statistical analysis, we'll be able to simulate changes in a number of important policy parameters, including but not limited to, for instance, how any change in aid provision affects student persistence at graduation chances, examine in more detail how the timing of aid affects these student outcomes, focus on how any aid changes affect important subgroups of students. It will hit different subgroups of students differently. And then we'll also be able to simulate how a given aid budget could be most efficiently and effectively spent. That is, how to spend aid dollars to try to maximize student success. Your analytic team has already developed some of these simulation tools, and I've shared with them some that we've developed over the years. And my experience combining the results from the statistical modeling with some simple simulation tools really can help policymakers make data-driven decisions. In closing, in my opinion, sound educational policy research needs to be theory-driven, apply the right methodological tools for the task at hand, and be utilitarian in its focus so that it can be used to inform decision-making and change. In my view, the analysis being conducted by your team is grounded in the proper conceptual theory and framework. It's employing the right techniques, and the plans to include other techniques that will provide even greater insights. As evidenced by this meeting, the analysis certainly is tightly connected to educational policy making, which is, as Sandy noted, very refreshing to see. This is not the norm around the country, frankly. In my experience, the best policy research is proactive and ongoing, not reactive and episodic. But in order to be proactive and ongoing, an organization needs to be continually scanning their environment for the policy landscape, for the educational issues and problems that need to be examined and remedied. And the temptation is when projects end, that you kind of take your eye off the ball, and I think that's the way it works some places. It's not good strategy. No doubt there are many important policy issues that will deserve your attention in the coming months and years. Fortunately, you have the organizational structure and data and human resources here in place to assist you in making these important decisions for the people of Texas. And I will say on a personal note, I've really enjoyed working with your team here. And I'm looking forward to continuing to assist them in any way that I can, and will remain available to answer any questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Members, questions for our panel about the student financial aid policy? David?
Dr. Baum, you brought up the issue of 12 hours being FTE, and the math is that's 10 semesters. Who determined that 12 hours was full-time equivalent, and why can't we set some kind of a standard for this state that reflects at least a moving average of 15 so we have degree completion in 8 semesters? And tie that to 8.
Yeah, well, the federal government in the Pell Grant program set 12 hours as the definition of full-time. I'm not sure exactly what went on in that discussion, but I can tell you that now there is a discussion in Washington about should that be increased to 15. And I vote yes. But as you say, a moving average makes sense. You don't want, I mean, if you did 14 and 16, you should obviously get your money. And people are worried that some people can't do 15 hours. You certainly would not want to say you don't get a grant if you do only 12 hours, right? Like you lose all of your money, but that would be very different from giving you more money to do 15 than to do 12. And there are the differences of opinion. My understanding is that people are just worried about taking money away to people whose life circumstances make it difficult, or who, when they first start out in school, can't handle that number of credits. But there should be a way to structure things so that you don't have to do it every semester, but that you can make progress. I can't tell you what the discussion is here. I know that, for example, in the state of Minnesota, it's per credit hour. So you get, 14/15ths of the grant in a semester if you do 14 credit hours. Now, it would make sense then to give you 16/15ths in the semester that you made that up. But there are ways to do it, and I don't actually know the details of the discussion that's going on here about that.
Well, has anybody ever considered the option of giving them maybe 15/18ths? i.e. 18 credit hours, maybe you graduate in 7 or 6.5 semesters. I mean, the whole point is that we have very low expectations. We've constructed a mathematical formula that is destined for failure, and we should not be surprised that people are not finishing on time if we're allowing them to consider 12 hours as a full-time equivalent. It makes absolutely no sense to me. No,
that makes sense to me. And I mean, actually, I would ask this question about if you say you can only get it for 4 years, but you get, then, and it's structured so that many people will take 5, what's going to happen to those students in the last year is another question. But Dan, they want to come in.
Perhaps a commissioner would like to comment on this.
Well, the intended effect would incentivize students to finish more quickly. We've looked at different formulations. We've looked at the 12 would be the minimum number of hours that one might take in order to qualify for the grant, and we've looked at the 30 hours per year as opposed to 15 hours per semester. So we're looking at different combinations, but one of our key concerns in developing some recommendations for the board is to incentivize students to finish more quickly. And we're looking at the different combinations that might do that.
I guess, excuse me, one kind of general comment. The Pell program contributes the large majority of our grant aid. So our programs really kind of, from an institutional standpoint, fit in right behind Pell. So if Pell's 12 hours as full-time, while we can make the state program more stringent, from an institutional standpoint, there will be, part of the discussion, there's a lot of pushback on the fact that, the bulk of our funds are coming from the federal government, not from the state. So I guess as we're trying to dovetail federal, state, student, we have to be sensitive to kind of what the big player in the game is not the state, it's Pell at this particular point. So I guess the changes that are being discussed on a national level clearly have an impact on what our institutions are able to do.
Yeah. What are some of the changes? For instance, one of my concerns is what happens if the federal government decides that the Pell Grant is behind state grants. In other words, state grant, student need minus state grant equals Pell Grant, whereas we're trying the reverse formula. That looks like a potential problem. The other is Congress considering adding a merit criteria like our priority model to the need-based Pell Grant?
I don't think you should worry that Congress is going to make the Pell Grant dependent on state grants. I mean, that would mean like it depends where you live. It would be so outrageously complicated for them to do that. That's not going to happen. And I think there is a pretty general consensus that the state's primary role is in funding institutions and supplementing that with grant aid to individual students. And the federal government's primary role is really worrying about low-income students around the country, making sure they have enough money. So I wouldn't worry that that's going to go the other direction. But there is, of course, a question about, if you if you look at your formula, if the Pell Grant goes down, if some student, if the Pell Grant regulations make the student's Pell Grant go down by $100, do you then have to come up with an extra $100 is a big question. And working that out is complicated. But I don't think that you should worry that the Pell Grant program is going to, in the near term, change in some dramatic way like that. That's going to cause you those problems.
I agree with that. This is the idea of Pell being first dollars, and I think that's not going anywhere anytime soon either.
But the doubling of the Pell Grant in the last two biennium, or since two biennium ago, is obviously got budget makers' attention. So what are some of the changes that are being considered that you might consider likely?
Some of the changes under discussion are sort of small changes, like let's fiddle with the formula a little bit so that students are expected to pay more. So this expected family contribution, and this certainly affects you because if they change the formula for the expected family contribution and some student who we said before could only pay $2,000 now can pay $3,000, then for your purposes, they obviously don't have any more money, but they don't look as needy to you. So that's one thing that might happen, which I guess would have a negative impact on your students, but a positive impact on your budget, right? Other things that could change would be related to things like credit hours or things like, what is the maximum Pell Grant? How do you deal with part-time? But there are some bigger changes that could happen, that I don't think are going to happen next year, but one would be that they might just do away with this formula altogether and say, look, we need to get you to fill out your tax forms instead of this complex federal financial aid application, and just say if your income is this, your Pell Grant is that. And if that happens, then there could even not be this same EFC for you to work with, and you might want to link it to the value of the Pell Grant, which would be essentially the same thing. But sort of relying more on tax data would be one thing. And, something that is getting more and more discussion, but it's hard to see it happening, sort of next year, is really thinking about segmenting the population in some way and worrying about how you fund job training separately from how you fund bachelor's degree education for young people. But it's too soon to say what kind of change that would be. So I think that you should be on guard. They're not going to cut Pell spending back down in half. The economy maybe will recover, and some of the new dollars are obviously more people have financial need than before. So there's not much you can really prepare for except understanding that the Pell Grant program is not going to continue to increase at the rate it has. The maximum could be stuck where it is, for a pretty long time, and your students are still going to need generous state grants.
Real quickly, Fred, just to carry on that particular notion, though, we had the automatic zero from an income level standpoint increased this year from 23 to 30.
Yeah, but now it's back down.
Okay.
So.
I guess the formula that we've tried to craft is what we're hoping to be somewhat immune to fluctuations within the EFC calculation, because Pell minus or Pell plus EFC tends to be a flat amount up until that cutoff. So as I get a higher EFC, I get less Pell. But the way we've tried to craft this is, from a state perspective, we just kind of ride on top of that relationship. So we've tried to be a little bit immune to any kind of fluctuations, provided that there's not a significant, structural shift in how they, taper off Pell relative to EFC.
Dennis?
I'd like to. Is it reasonable for me to assume that if we look at our funding methodologies that we see here on this page 6, that those states that use needs-based only versus needs plus merit, is it a reasonable assumption that those that factor in merit student outcomes would improve?
No, because when they factor in merit, they're factoring in academic achievement in high school, right? And so while it's certainly true that academic success in college is highly correlated with academic success in high school, when you talk about improving student outcomes, presumably what you want to do is take a student and improve that student's outcomes, not exclude the students who didn't do well and therefore don't have high probabilities of success. So rewarding students' past behavior does not improve their future behavior. And in fact, if you look at in a state like Georgia that allocates its aid based on, if you had a B average in high school, a very high percentage of students lose those grants while they're in college. In other words, they don't maintain the expectations. They don't keep up their GPAs. So if you want to improve outcomes, and then what you want to do is focus on academic progress in college. But that's not what states are doing with merit awards. And you might want to comment on that.
Generally, the merit awards are done on the front end, and so it's really a lot of it's about access, and then the continuation is, as Sandy says, is an issue in some states about whether they maintain their grade point average or not. But a lot of the focus is on the very front end of getting people in the door, and the key is on the merit side. The question is would these students have gone to college and been successful anyway? A lot of the people who get merit awards, and the answer generally is yes.
Another related issue I think that's important is that there's a lot of research talking about, how do you influence behavior? And the problem is that if you say to a student, if you get a B average, you'll get more money. Many students, the students who are at risk, don't actually know how to get a B average. If you accumulate credits, if you say, even if you say, if you go to this special study support program, we'll give you more money, they know how to do that. But we're talking, I mean, the students in question are students who actually need help figuring out how to succeed. And so just saying, be great and we'll give you more money doesn't necessarily work. You have to help students figure out how to succeed.
Are there any states that put their financial aid on a sliding scale? In other words, the higher the grade point average, the higher the grant?
No.
I don't think so.
No.
I want to follow up if I could.
All right, follow up here, and then the commissioner, and then I think David had a question.
I still don't completely agree with you, and in all due respect, you've got some research to back up what you're saying, but it stands to reason to me that we should be more willing to invest in people that have a track record of success, and certainly we don't want to reduce the incentives for those that have perhaps not been successful in high school, but do we continually invest in people that, number one, have not shown a track record of success, and then they get into college and they continue to not succeed? And is that a good use of our money to continually invest in students that are not being successful?
I totally agree with you and get pushback from many in the advocacy community about this, that there are people who have such a low probability of succeeding that it really doesn't make sense to push them into post-secondary education, at least in this point in time. Or at least it makes sense to give them better advice about what they should be doing. They shouldn't probably be trying to get a bachelor's degree in philosophy. That said, so there is some subset of students who really are not, there's no hope. That's a pretty small subset, though, and the issue is that what you want to do is target your funds on students who are at the margin where they can succeed, but they probably won't if you don't give them money. Because if you look at students who had an A average in high school and come from affluent families, yeah, they're going to succeed, but they're going to succeed whether you give them money or not. So you're just giving them sort of a gift, right? What you want to do is find students for whom there is great promise. Unfortunately, the way our K-12 system works, there are many students who have great promise, and it's very hard to see that based on where they are when they graduate from high school because they haven't had the opportunity to succeed. And those are students who are most important to be targeted by a state grant program and to provide an environment in which they can succeed. So, you know, you're right that that's why, I think 18 semesters full-time doesn't make sense, right? There are students who just aren't going to make it. And at some point you have to say you didn't make it. But that doesn't mean you want to pick out the students with the highest probability of succeeding and give them more money.
I think there's some misunderstanding about what we've done in Texas regarding combining need plus merit. We set what we defined as merit at particular thresholds, and we did a considerable amount of analysis here in Texas and determined that students who fell below those thresholds really had significantly lower likelihood of actually succeeding in college. For example, the thresholds are not terribly high. For example, a B average in high school or be in the top third of your high school graduating class, a score equivalent to the old metric of about 1050 on the SAT. Three of the metrics, the merit metrics, are school-based, so that students are competing against their peers, not against students at much more affluent high schools. And our data showed that students who met the criteria that we have now put into place and will take effect next year graduated at twice the rates of students who did not meet those merit criteria at all. Furthermore, we didn't change the need criteria at all. And it's also important to point out, as Sandy noted, that it's important to set expectations for students who receive financial aid. So we not only have a merit component looking backward, but students have to make acceptable academic progress in terms of completing courses and maintaining a certain grade point average in order to continue with the award. So I think it's important that we didn't define merit the way a lot of states have, and The merit criteria are not onerous. They're intended, once again, to be thresholds below which we know that students have a much lower probability of success. And once again, they're not hard and fast criteria, but rather they give students priority. In some institutions, like the University of Texas at Austin and Texas A&M, virtually all of their students would meet the criteria. In other institutions, all that would happen there is that a lot of students who don't meet the proposed merit criteria would still get awards, but those that do would be placed at the front of the line. But those students would not be sufficient in number to take up all the financial aid, state financial aid that's available to those particular institutions. So,
Further questions, members? David?
Yeah.
And then I'll come back here.
I want to explore this idea of the EFC and the relevance of that. Your slide on the bottom of page 4 talks about the Pell Grants, and over time, the one constant that doesn't fit with the others is that in the 70s, 30% were considered independent, then it went to 40% a decade later, then to 50%, and then ever since 1990, it's been relatively constant at 60%. So these are students who are saying, I'm independent from my parents. There's really not a family contribution there, is there?
There's no family contribution. They're not just saying they're independent. You can't just say you're independent from your parents. So you have to be either 24 or older, or you have to be married or a veteran. I mean, there are certain criteria. You can't just say it. But that's right. We don't know who their parents are, but we do know that they are in some circumstance where they don't have a bachelor's degree, and they so we're only looking at their money or their spouse's money if they're.
But there's no attempt to try to say, hey, does your family have any resources? And 60% of the recipients.
Well, independent students fill out FAFSAs also, and they do have an expected family contribution. It's not that they're immune from the process. Their family contribution is calculated on a different metric than a dependent student is. So if I'm an independent student with a $20,000 a year income, I have a expected family contribution.
Comes from you rather than your parents.
It comes from you as the independent student that I am my family.
Right.
Right, I understand that, but
Okay.
clearly at age 24 and being independent, you're not going to be resourced unless you had a trust account.
Right. Most of them, independent students who don't have families, who are just single, actually are treated pretty harshly. I mean, if they have any money at all or any income at all, they can't have very much income, or they can't have had very much income last year and still qualify for much in the way of Pell. For independent students who have dependents of their own, who are parents, they are pretty much treated like as though they were the parents of somebody going to college, and most of them do have zero expected contributions. We do not ask about their parents, and the consensus is, and we could debate this, I think it's debatable, but that you can't ask people who are, 30 years old to go back and ask their parents how much money, that they're, how are we going to get that information, and would it be reasonable? But you're right, it's their resources, not their parents, and a lot of the money goes to those students because that's right.
Just one more point, Dr. Tischer. This is university, community college, aggregate, everybody. In Texas, about 35% of our university students are Pell recipients, and about 65% of our community college students are Pell recipients. Mm-hmm. And a large majority of community college students are independent.
So how much of this is being driven by the explosion in the costs of attending higher education now? I mean, clearly you have a tenfold increase in the 35 years of real dollar expenditures. You got an eightfold increase in the number of recipients. I mean, that's a trend that's not sustainable. I mean, you've got to look at this, I would think, as a policymaker in Washington, you've got to say this is not a sustainable trend. We can't have another 35 years and expand this by tenfold or eightfold in that regard and still balance a budget.
Well, I mean, it's driven by the price in the sense that people get worried that it's not ample because it doesn't give students enough to pay the price. But as you can see, the amount per student doesn't go up with the price. I mean, the amount per student has been pretty constant in real dollars. It's just now catching up to where it used to be, whereas the tuition and fees have gone way up. If you look at the number of recipients, The number of recipients has increased dramatically. The number of people going to college has increased, which is one of the goals of the program, right? So, and that the college going rates have increased dramatically, and they've increased dramatically among low-income students, which is what the program was designed for. And then also, I mean, in the recent increase that you see, I mean, if you look at the expenditure growth just in the past couple of years, it's a combination of the economy. I mean, the economy means that many people who could have afforded it before now have higher need. It also has caused more people to go back to school because they don't have opportunities in the labor market. So that's just a huge part of why the program has gotten more expensive. Those, we hope, are not trends. And then part of it is the generosity of the program, which is still just catching up to how generous it was, you know, many years ago. So I don't think anyone thinks that projecting this recent growth trend out is what would happen if we left the program alone. But you're right, people are worried about it, and we do have to think hard about making sure that all of the dollars are used effectively.
Are there other states that are imposing some accountability measures like we're talking about and discussing? Because really the program is designed to have people succeed in their academic endeavor, not just to enroll, not just to attend. You know, it's like Animal House when Otter said, there goes 7 years of college down the drain. You know, I mean, it's not just to hang out, it's to get a degree that allows you to have a meaningful contribution to society and be gainfully employed and hopefully pay back the loans. I mean, are there other states that are imposing some of the things that we're discussing?
Other states are having the same conversation. I think you're having a better conversation than many states. Some states are just saying, let's just chop the grants in half. And if you just do that, then you're not making the grants more effective. You're just saying we're going to give people less money. So, but the kind of conversation you're having, which is to say, yes, you have to make academic progress. And there are, of course, academic progress constraints to some extent on the Pell program, and on every, I mean, you can't stay in school if you don't make some progress. But yes, people are looking at it. It's challenging. There's not a model, I think, that you can look at as, oh, that state is doing it right. But yes, there are discussions about increasing, if there already are academic criteria, should they be increased? You know, should the income caps be put down? But certainly the whole national conversation, I think, is about how can we find ways to support student success instead of just giving them money.
And one last question. Dan, on page 10, you were talking about the state loans implement broader use of the strategic asset. Did I hear you right about a stipend being given to the student, and they have an option of paying the loan down, or is the stipend designated to have to pay the loan down?
Not a stipend. It's the undergraduate tuition rebate program that we described in the previous slide.
Okay.
It's essentially a pool of funds that resides at the institution. So if I graduate on time within the kind of current be on time forgiveness provisions, if there's a pool of funds available for all those students that graduated on time in 4 years, and my award because I'm one of those students is $5,000 or $7,500 or whatever it might be, I would get those funds, and then I could use those funds to pay down any of these loans or any other loan that the student might have.
Okay, I guess I understood it in principle. Why wouldn't we require that money be designated to have to go to pay that loan down, to therefore renew or replenish the loan balance available for additional loans?
Whether I get a cash payment of $5,000, the student is still on the hook to pay the loan off. It may just take longer for them to do it, right?
I guess I'm thinking out loud here as a policymaker. Why wouldn't we say, no, you have to use that $5,000 to pay down your loan so that we can replenish the loan balance that we have to give to other students?
Yeah, and the current rebate program is structured that you have to take that $1,000 and you have to pay off your student loan debt. The structure is first to go to guaranteed loans, so any loan that's guaranteed by TG essentially gets first dibs. We would structure this one to be the coordinating board's Beyond Time restructured loan program would get first dibs. So if you had a loan through the Beyond Time program and you got a rebate, then that rebate funds would go to pay down that loan.
So the rebate is designated, it has to be paid to that. They can't use it for other consumer items.
If I'm a lucky student that didn't have to take out a loan to attend a four-year institution and I finished on time in 4 years, which is we're trying to encourage everybody to do that, not just students that might have been needy, then yes, they would have funds available to do as they please.
But if they have a loan, the
They'd have to
requirement
pay
is
it
they
first.
have to designate
Yes.
that's to pay down the loan.
That's the current rebate program, and that's typical, and that's what we're suggesting.
Okay.
Carol?
I just wanted to add a couple of things when we were talking about the merit along with the needs-based, and how in Texas that merit-based are at the front of the line. You know, it would seem to me that since we have limited resources, that from a policy standpoint, we would want to put the money with those students that we would anticipate are going to have a better chance of success. As far as expending taxpayer dollars, doesn't that pretty much make sense if you have a limited amount of resources, unlike maybe in the past where there was a lot more money available for these types of programs, but now that we're seeing much less funding, it just makes sense to me that we would want to utilize those funds for those that would most probably succeed.
I would just say again, I mean, of course, you don't want to give the money to people who have almost no chance of succeeding. But if you think, like if you started at the top, if you said, you know, the higher your GPA, the more likely you are to get money, then you'd end up giving all the money to people with A averages. And those people's behavior would not be, and their outcomes would not really be affected. So you sort of have to find the ways to, I mean, as long as it's limited to people with financial need. I mean, the problem with these state grant programs that are not need-based is they're giving the money to people. You could come from $1 million a year family, and the money's going to make no difference to you. If you come from a low-income family and you're academically talented, of course, you are the most promising, and you need that money to make it possible. And it absolutely makes sense to, within the need criteria, to look at promise of success. So it's just important to put that caveat on it, that you want to make sure that you're not giving the money to the people who, would have both the capacity, the know-how, and the money to succeed anyway. And that is where the programs that don't consider financial circumstances get in
but
trouble.
Texas
Yeah.
being a needs-based,
Yeah.
ours
Yeah.
being a needs-based
Yeah.
program,
Right.
then it does make sense to
It
structure it in that
yes,
manner.
it certainly does not make sense to say, let's just give the money to the poorest student, the limited amount of money to the people who have absolutely no money, regardless of their academic promise or their academic progress. That would not be a sensible approach.
And as I pointed out, we don't have a model where if you have a higher GPA, you're more eligible or you get more money. We set thresholds, and they're very reasonable. And we found that by setting the thresholds, there was no diminishment, for example, in participation of students across ethnic groups, and there was no decline in the number of poor students who would be eligible for the award. So we were very attentive to precisely the issues you've raised.
I have just a couple other things. You mentioned that there was a thought that because of the increase in grants and loans and that sort of thing, that some people were of the opinion that that's the reason for increased costs in post-secondary education. But if it's not that, then what is the reason that we're seeing such skyrocketing costs in post-secondary education?
Well, one reason, of course, has to do with state appropriations, and I'm sure you all know the Texas numbers, and I don't have those in front of me, but as a nation, we are subsidizing institutions much less. So the per student subsidy appropriations going to public higher education has gone down dramatically after adjusting for inflation. So more students are enrolling, but the appropriations are not keeping up. So it's a big reason for the recent particularly dramatic increases in sticker prices. Beyond that, there are lots of things that are going on structurally that make it more expensive to provide post-secondary education. I mean, we have not done a good job of increasing productivity, and I know there's a lot of discussion in Texas about what that means and how to go about it. And we certainly could do better, but we're not going to do as well as I've done in the computer industry in increasing productivity. And so that means that it's going to get more expensive relative to some other goods and services. A lot of the things that are being provided have changed. We're trying to educate students who come less prepared and who need more academic support. That's an issue. Technology on campus has become much more expensive. In most industries, computers make it cheaper to operate, but on college campuses, you just have to buy more computers and wire all the classrooms, wire them anymore. You have to provide, high-tech classrooms. You have to do a lot of things that are more expensive. Some of the things that colleges and universities provide really improve education. Some of them probably don't. So there are lots of reasons why it has gotten more expensive. And institutions are also spending in the private sector where appropriations are not an issue. They're spending a lot more on financial aid. They're discounting more. So it looks like, if you look at what has happened to the sticker price, it's gone up much faster than the actual price that students are paying and the revenues that institutions are getting. So there are lots of reasons and lots of good studies of factors that are contributing to the price of higher education. Steve might want to add to that.
This idea of, by and large, higher education is still very labor intensive in terms of you have to pay people like me to go in classrooms and teach folks. And in industries, there's, as Sandy mentioned, there's substitution effects whereby, technology substitutes for labor when labor costs get too high, but it's very difficult to do that in higher education given the current structure. So that tends to drive some of this. An analogy I'd like to make about this idea of operating at the margin when we're trying to encourage students who wouldn't be successful otherwise by giving them aid to then become successful. An analogy is in enrollment management, a lot of times what enrollment managers do in institutions when they're trying to craft a class is they want to spend their financial aid dollar to get the person who's at the margin of coming to their institution or not. And so what happens is you want to find the point where you're just going to switch somebody from saying, I'm going to go to your institution versus they were going to go to some other institution. And that's the margin you want to operate at. I think the analogy about the success part of this is similar in that you'd want to, if you had the right information, you'd want to be able to operate where you're moving students who aren't going to be successful, and the aid will matter, from being unsuccessful to successful. That would be the most efficient use of your money. The problem is it's very difficult to ascertain that. But given what I said earlier about your databases and the statistical analysis, how we do it on the enrollment side is we really do this modeling, and we find these people who are called fence sitters, and we say, now we can simulate how much enrollments would change if you gave them more money. I think you could do the same thing in terms of, and that way, the most efficient use of your money is really targeting it very carefully, but it takes really good information. You have the kind of data and the people here who could help you, I think, in developing a more targeted approach. And that would be both efficient and, I think, more effective. And it could be as equitable as you want it to be, too.
Could you, either Sandy or Steve, or both of you, speak to, you mentioned in your research showed that front-end loading student aid is more effective in some cases than in the later years of the student's career. Could you talk about that, what states are doing it, how they're doing it, and then compare that to the back-ended incentives like our Be On Time program, which is currently a loan forgiveness program if you get out on time with a B average, or could become a rebate program?
Well, in terms of the theory about why front-end loading might work, is that basically what's very clear is that people's sensitivities to tuition and aid change over their course of their academic career. And so very early on, they're very sensitive to changes in financial aid and changes in tuition. in the economist's jargon, their price elasticities they're more sensitive to changes in prices. We apply that to later on as they get engaged in college and they get closer to graduating. They don't have as many good options. As it's costly to move to another institution if your aid changes, or to move somewhere else, and so their sensitivity to changes in aid or in tuition will become less. So that's the basic underlying theoretical reason. And what you see in the empirical work is that in fact plays out. When you estimate these elasticities over time, you see that the people are less price sensitive later on in their academic careers.
So I would just add that it's a clear result. It's logical why it's true. The focus on transfer students from community colleges is important in this regard, because that's a big point where they could make a different decision. So you want to recognize the price sensitivity there. And in fact, while most students drop out in the first or second year or after that, it is amazing how many students actually drop out later. So you don't want to go too far with it. I mean, some people have suggested front-loading grant aid, like the federal grants, so that you only get grants in the first 2 years, so we wouldn't have students borrowing and so on. And that would be a big problem, because a lot of people would drop out. If it gets a lot more expensive for them, that's a problem. And I agree with this, but with caution.
So we'd have to actually define the change in elasticity, so to speak, and what that price point, that tipping point of dropping out versus persisting. But I'm not hearing any states that have actually implemented this or are doing it?
When I said that the research based on this is not very good, it really is. And one of the only studies really that's examined this is some work that I did with my colleagues. What precipitated that research was when Princeton came up with the idea to zero out loans for students. So they would package a person and then figure out how much loan a student would need, and then they were going to use the endowment to zero out loans. And so we were modeling the effects of that, and then we played little simulation games of, well, what if you put it all on the first 2 years? And what you would see is that the success of people in the first 2 years would be enhanced, but what happens is what Sandy talked about is you have to worry about the outlying years. There are going to be some groups of students for whom this policy will be detrimental. And the key is to try to figure out who those groups are and what you can do to mitigate that. And again, what happens is if you have good information and you can simulate this out, is then you could have more direct targeting towards specific subgroups of people and over time. But it takes good information, and many times we don't have that, and that's why I think you see states with very kind of broad stroke criteria, because they don't have the information or the tools at hand to home in on the targeting at any more disaggregated level. It's hard to pull off.
And I don't think that there are any states that have created a formula that says you get more aid at the beginning, but the real issue is the rationing, so that when states are running out of money, what do? And my understanding is that what's going on here is that it's a portion, that it's really about the rationing. And it doesn't seem like it makes sense to ration by making sure that your later students are getting the money. Now, many institutions with their institutional grant aid do give more money at the beginning, and what they might do is they might say you have X dollars of grant aid, it stays the same the whole time, even though tuition is going to go up. And so it really is a matter of making sure that you're certainly not preferencing the students later on because they're already there and they're at your door and you know about it. That seems like a real problem. And the other thing is that you want to make sure you give students the information when they enroll. It would not be good to just tell them you're getting, $4,000 this year and keep it a secret that they're only going to get $1,000 when they're a senior. They need to be able to plan.
Yeah, so one of the things too is Sandy rightfully notes that these studies that have been done have been about individual institutions using their own individual either institutional aid and or endowment aid to do this kind of thing, and not at a state level at all. I don't know of anybody who's modeled that. And that's important to keep in mind. Well,
I don't know if it's a marketable video game, but I think we need to develop those models so we can we can go that direction.
Well, you would be doing the other, a great service, I think, if people could do the research on this, is that it's a really important policy issue.
Well, it's been a long but a very useful and helpful discussion, and I want to thank each of you for being here today. Commissioner, did you have a final statement?
I want to make a very quick comment. Another way of dealing with this front-loading issue is one of the reasons that we are looking at all these preliminary proposals, some of which we will ultimately bring to the board, is because of the cuts in financial aid in the last legislative session and our practice of giving first priority to renewal students. We've looked at ways of trying to make more initial awards, which is another way of dealing with the front-loading issue. We know that we need to give poor students a viable opportunity at getting state financial aid to start their college careers. So,
thank you. Now we will begin Agenda Item 5. The recognition of excellence is meant to showcase models of excellence within the education community and highlight the outstanding work of our education faculty and administrators in institutional programs around our state. In 2011, Houston Community College System's in-house online tutoring program won a STAR Award from the coordinating board. And in 2012, the program was recognized as a Bellwether Award finalist by the University of Florida. Dr. Stephen Levy, is that correct? Levy, Associate Vice Chancellor for Academic Instruction at HCCS, and Deborah Hardwick, Director of Ask Online at Houston Community College, will make a presentation to us now on the benefits of their in-house online tutoring program. Welcome.
Don't forget to turn your mic on. Yeah. Thank you. I'm going to give some introductory comments, and then I'm going to turn it over to Deborah to talk more about the actual nuts and bolts of the program itself. First of all, I want to thank all of you for the opportunity to come talk about this program. We think it's a wonderful program. It's working quite well, and I think we'll show some of the reasons as to why we think that's the case in the next 15 or 20 minutes. I guess I can... There we go. We are going to move quickly through a whole number of slides as well, too, so we're not going to be able to cover all the information that we would like to, but at the same time, hopefully, we can cover some of that in the question and answer session that comes later. Just to give you a brief introduction about HCC, it does educate more than or approximately 75,000 students per semester, and as you probably know, it's a large urban community college. Semester credit hour course enrollment is up 44% in the last 5 years at Houston Community College, so we've experienced tremendous growth, to which this online tutoring program has really served students, we think, quite well. HCC is number 1 in Texas and 5th in the country for granting associate's degrees, and number 1 in Texas for placing students in jobs when they graduate. So we've got a good track record there, too. One of the other important things about HCC is also that it's number 1 in the country, in fact, for international student enrollment among United States community colleges. And I'm not just saying that just to give you or quote you a statistic, but the important point about that is that it also contributes to a lot of the ESL enrollment that we have at Houston Community College, and which in turn contributes to a lot of the online tutoring and the overall tutoring that we have to the institution as well. You can see from the slide the demographic breakdown in the institution. I'm not going to go through that numerically, but the point is that there's a lot of different students at HCC from a lot of different backgrounds requiring a lot of tutoring. And that's really basically the point there. We have a very, very large and diverse student population. This is a very simple slide, and it's kind of, it's why do I need to show this slide since it's so simple slide? But it is here to show you that probably things that you most already know, and that access has been traditionally the primary tenet or the primary purpose of community colleges since they were founded, believe it or not, way back in around 1900. But more recently, success has been a dual emphasis now, so access and success have been the dual emphasis of community colleges. Online tutoring at HCC really does truly address both There are plenty of wonderful programs, good programs at community colleges that specifically address access, and there are plenty that address student success as well. But the online tutoring program at HCC does address both, and Deborah will address a lot of those components as we go through too. I'm going to add to this. There's a number of different components to the slide, but the important thing about this slide is that what we try to do when we have a major project like online tutoring is follow what we call our operational procedures loop. It's pretty much along the lines of something what's called practical action research, which is a research methodology many of you may be familiar with. In fact, I'm familiar with it. I used it in my dissertation as well, so it was kind of near and dear to me too. But it really works on the basic concept of a four-step, reiterative, continuous improvement loop of planning and implementing and observing and then reflecting and then repeating that again and again and again to continue to improve the process, to continue to improve the project that you're working on. In this particular case, at our institution, the version of action research which it really uses is called planning, doing, assessing, and deciding. And the various components of how we've developed and continued and improved our online tutoring program follows that continuous improvement loop. So the process, as you can see, is reiterative. It's a kind of a spiraling process of planning, doing, assessing, and deciding, and continuing to improve the process as we go along. What we also do is research, because we need to find out a lot about our students, and we need to find out whether our program is effective. And we do have, we did a very significant research study in 2009 that showed us a lot of revealing facts, and we're in the process of conducting another research study on the efficacy of the program right now. In this particular study, users and non-users of online tutoring were matched on 4 points of comparison: age, gender, ethnicity, and composite placement test assessment scores. In that study, and we can get into a little bit more detail if you want to ask questions about it later, but there were 937 tutoring sessions that were observed. And for every tutoring session, interestingly, the student GPA increased approximately 0.05 points in a GPA. But regardless of whether students were lower achieving ones that needed tutoring, because some of the students, of course, self-selected. We didn't select the students who were in the online tutoring program. But the ones that needed tutoring were already higher achieving students or students that just simply wanted it. Students that used the service did have higher GPAs and better achievement in the subject area that they were tutored in. And really, all that being said, the data basically demonstrated, and you can see the GPAs down at the bottom of the slide, but all that said, the data demonstrated that usage of the online tutoring program really did have a substantive effect on grade point average. Now, for the future, very, very briefly, these are just 4 of the areas of emphasis that we think we're going to be studying, and Deborah can talk a little bit more about that when I turn it over to her. Certainly, the impact of increased outreach. We know the system works for those that use it. But increased outreach seems to be one very low-cost way, and again, Deborah will address some of the cost issues too, to improve student achievement. Number 2, tracking demographic groups. We can track the effect of increased usage and achievement amongst the different groups that we study. For example, in the first research study, age, gender, ethnicity, and so forth. We can track increased usage and achievement in particular subject areas. Particularly areas that students traditionally struggle with: science, mathematics, college-level mathematics, and certainly all of the developmental areas, which are obviously part of our community college mission. And over a longer period of time, we can study the effect of online tutoring and other support services, not only on achievement, but also on other data such as retention, persistence, program completion, and so forth. But these are some of the things we want to do for the future. So just basically, in summary, let me bring all these up again. Oops, went one too far. Excuse me. Online tutoring does address 2 of the primary tenets of the community college, and the more traditional increased access and certainly now our increased emphasis on student success. We, at HCC, particularly address a large and very diverse student population with that online tutoring program. The third bullet item is something I didn't show you the slide on because we just wanted to move along more quickly. But that point had to do with technology and the effective use of technology to deliver effective online tutoring. Many of us in education become enamored with the technology. We use things because we think they may be neat. We use things because they're the latest things that may be out. One of the great examples of that, for example, is Second Life, or what's it called? Second Life?
Second Life.
Second Life, where the virtual world was created, and every college and every university in the country was creating islands. And I don't know how many people are still using it, but I think most colleges have been kicked off the island at this point.
Yes.
So, but we tried to use, and again, I'm giving Deborah a lot of responsibility in her presentation here, but we're using technology that's simple, and we're using technology that's relatively easy to access for students, and that was one of the keynotes and one of the prime things that we were trying to do. We certainly use the HCC institutional effectiveness model of the action research, the planning, the implementing, the observing, and the reflecting, like I talked about before. And we are continually using research to validate what it is that we're doing, to see if we're doing things effectively, and to make plans for the future as to how we can continue to improve the program, reach more students, and deliver tutoring in an online environment a lot more effectively. So with that, let me just turn it over to Deborah.
Thank you. I hadn't planned on doing all of that, but I can do it. What can I say? I've been doing this for quite a while. In order to really understand, I'm going to skip ahead one slide here. In order to really understand what we did and why it's so amazing, you have to really understand the structure of Houston Community College. And this is our organizational model. Okay? The head of the octopus is our district, our system. That's where system-wide decisions are made. That's where the chancellor and her staff reside, strategic planning, finances, all of that. We have 6 semi-autonomous regional colleges. We are accredited as one unit, okay, as one institution. But each of the 6 colleges, the 6 tentacles on the octopus, as it were, is semi-autonomous. So each one has its own president, each one has its own academic dean, each one has its own English chair. So it isn't a question of getting support from the dean, but getting support from the deans, okay, or getting the math chair on board, but getting the math chairs all to agree. Not always really easy, okay? The individual little suction cups on the octopus, on the tentacles, are individual campuses. At last count, and I may be off by 1 or 2, I think we have 22 instructional sites divided among 6 colleges. And almost all of those instructional sites offer some form of face-to-face tutoring. Okay? So if a student is trying to find trigonometry tutoring on Thursday nights, because that's the only time she can get a babysitter and get to the tutor, it becomes really difficult to find that information. So what we did was look at other ways to deliver the necessary academic support services. My dean called me in one day in spring of 2006. I love him dearly. And because I was running the English face-to-face tutoring, he said, I really want to explore this online tutoring stuff. I went to a meeting and I met some cool people, and I want you to make it happen. Yeah. So I put together a committee of English faculty. He wanted an English project first as pilot. So I pulled together a group of English faculty from various levels, developmental English, ESL, sophomore lit, and got a representative in from the largest national outsourcing tutoring program, okay? And she went through and she did her thing and told us how wonderful they are and how much they could help our students and how much it would cost. And then I asked the question. I do that a lot. And I said, how can we as a committee, or I as chair of this committee, see what you're telling our students? How can we see the product? And she was appalled. You can't do that. That's confidential. Okay. How do we make a decision? I asked. And she suggested that we could look at the billing. We could look at the number of hours of tutoring. I said, no, I want quality, not quantity. And the meeting kind of went downhill from there. It did not work terribly well. And so we all left. And a group of us went to a little Mexican restaurant down the street, and I must confess that there were margaritas involved. Someone said, well, why don't we do it ourselves? And we're all English teachers. None of us know how to do the technology part, you know? And so we just thought that, well, that would be cool, but we probably can't do that. A couple of weeks later, totally coincidentally, several of us got spam from the small company out of Boston called Ask Online. And the subject line, and I'll never forget it, was, "Our technology, your tutors." Well, yeah, I mean, that's exactly what we wanted. So we got in touch, we did some webinars, we did some training things, and it was clear that this was the format. It was easy to use, web-based technology. We didn't have to get our IT department involved. We didn't have to take up any campus space at all. Tutors could work from home. It had a total accountability program, so I could keep track of how much tutors worked to the minute. I could see every keystroke of interaction between tutor and student, so I had total oversight of what was going on. It seemed like the exact thing that we were looking for, so I went back to the Dean's Council, because we don't go to a dean, we go to the deans. And we were given a small grant to do a pilot, okay? In September of 2006, when we got started, we started off with English. It took us 11 days to get our 100th paper. And we were so excited. I can't tell you how excited we were that, hey, this might be successful. We average about 100 submissions a day now, okay? It has grown enormously, you know, sort of like grass in Texas during the rain. Over 35,000 students have registered and used the system. Students use it, okay? Tutors work hard. Our tutors, because of our culture, are all faculty or recent ex-faculty. We don't use peer tutors, we use grown-up tutors. We use faculty who understand both the content and the context of that content. Of HCC faculty.
HCC faculty.
Correct. So the money that we would be giving to this company going off to wherever stays local, okay, which is also an incentive for faculty to encourage their students to use the system because their friends and colleagues, and maybe themselves later on, are actually getting some benefit from it. We've done over 70,000 student submissions now in just under 6 years. That's papers, that's physics problems, that's biology workshops, that's everything, because we now offer tutoring in 22 subject areas. And then we have a other category, okay, that we've answered questions from students for cosmetology, for truck driving. I'm not really sure how we can do truck driving online, but we kind of faked it. It's truly amazing. When students come to us and ask, you know, how come you don't offer online tutoring in X field, I go to the departments, I go to those 6 department chairs and say, okay, can we do this? Can you help me find some tutors? Because I'm not a truck driver, I'm not a physicist, believe me. And they do. They're so excited institutionally about having input into this brand new exciting system that I get tremendous assistance and tremendous response. Okay? When we started off, we had fairly modest goals. We wanted to make English tutoring available all the time to everybody. You all know that community college students lead terribly, terribly complex lives. And getting into campus at those specific little windows when the tutoring center is open and working around their classes and their jobs and their other family obligations was often really difficult. And getting tutors there was also very difficult. If you've ever driven in Houston, you know what I'm talking about. So we wanted to do something different. We wanted to increase student skills as well as their comfort levels. Part of the whole goal of community colleges is to increase students' technological literacy. And so using an online forum has helped that tremendously. We have requirements about attaching, not copy and pasting, and so forth. And students do it, and they learn to do it. All students have access to technology through the libraries on the campuses at minimum. If they don't have computers at home, everyone at HCC has some sort of access, and we capitalize on that. We're not using classroom space, which makes classrooms available then for classes that generate revenue, as opposed to tutoring, which is a sinkhole. We spend money on tutoring, but it doesn't generate income. The other cool thing is that tutors are paid only for the time that they're working, because the system tracks it. So if there are no student questions in today, I'm not paying a student $20 an hour to sit there and wait for somebody to come in. Okay? They work from home. They get email or text message pings whenever something comes in their subject area, and then they go to work. And they know up front that the income is going to vary, but the offset is they don't have to put gas in their car, they don't have to get out in Houston traffic, they don't have to get a babysitter, they don't have to fight for a parking place on campus, they don't have to sit there in a room and look busy in case the supervisor comes through. Okay? They can sit at home and make $20 an hour working in their underwear. And I don't care if they're working at 2 o'clock in the morning or 2 o'clock in the afternoon, because we work totally asynchronously. So we guarantee an 18 to 24-hour turnaround, which gives the tutors time to really think about what they're telling the students, rather than feeling pressured because the student is sitting there in front. Okay? It also gives us tremendous data that Steve talked about earlier. We're redoing our data collection and data analysis. We have one of the very few quantitative analyses of the efficacy of tutoring that's out there. And so we are working on that now. So that was the stuff that we wanted to do when we got started. And we've succeeded. Okay? We needed to decide what kind of technology we needed. We looked at a whole bunch of options. We looked at using internal email systems. Well, that doesn't have the data collection stuff. There are schools that use telephones. I cannot imagine working on a 15-page philosophy paper with a student reading it to me sentence by sentence. But there actually are schools that do it that way. There are schools that use Blackboard, Moodle, other technologies, other learning management systems, but you have to upload groups of students. And if you're talking about a class or a small group of tutoring recipients, that's one thing. If you're talking about 75,000 students a semester, that doesn't work quite so well. So we were looking for something that was easy to use, that gave us different ways of communicating with students, and that allowed us to collect data. And Ask Online, the company out of Boston, does that. And I must tell you that it's really cool to be the largest customer of a small company. They're extremely responsive to us when we ask for upgrades, when we ask for tweaks, because we're so big, things that might work for a small program don't work so well for us. And they fix it for us. Okay? Yeah, and that's a really good thing. We looked at how I was going to supervise disciplines I don't know anything about. I'm not a physicist, as I said. I have to supervise physics tutors. I can look at their communication styles. I don't know if their physics are correct. So what I did was set up an internal review board among my various physics tutors who look at each other's work. And if anybody sees a problem, they let me know privately, and then I deal with it. Okay? The most important part in terms of tutoring, the content, was contextualized content. Okay? If you are working for a national or even international tutoring conglomerate, and yes, they really do exist, and a student writes in and says, I'm taking a biology class or chemistry class, and I don't know how to calculate the half-life of an isotope. As a chemist, you can probably explain that very easily. But what you don't know is whether in this context at HCC, is the student now studying this for the very first time, or is it simply a review from the previous semester? Is this a class, a chem class, primarily for nursing students? In which case you'd probably want to use examples from nuclear medicine, for example. Is it chemistry for liberal arts majors, where you might want to use something about carbon dating archaeology finds? So the contextualized tutoring is why we decided to go with our own faculty, because our folks know what's expected in each class, what's been taught in the previous semester or semesters. At this point in the semester, at midterm, have they already studied factoring polynomials, or are they not going to get that for another 2 weeks? And so they shouldn't worry about it. That has been one of the biggest keys to our success. Our folks know what we're doing. Okay. We deal with 4 specific groups of people. Okay. First, of course, is our students. We exist to serve students. We serve students in all kinds of disciplines. We serve students who are very, very well prepared. We serve students who aren't. And to refer to the conversation earlier, we get essays from English students, for example, who talked about being in honors programs in high school and who are now in developmental English at the college level. Oops. Okay? They need different kind of tutoring than someone who has always been successful and gets to skip or plop out of freshman English and goes directly to literature. We can be responsive that way. Okay? We deal with the faculty. I go to faculty meetings that have nothing to do with my discipline, believe me. But I go in and I talk to faculty groups. I introduce them to the system. We offer class orientations where I'll send a tutor out to their class and make sure that all the students in the class get registered. They send in a quick sample question. I've got tutors on the other end waiting to respond immediately so they can learn how to retrieve. I just opened up, with Ask Online, we developed a new access point for faculty and counselors. It's a read-only access. So if a student has been referred to an early warning system to a counselor and is told that you really need to do some tutoring, the counselor can now go in and see, has the student been to tutoring? How much tutoring has the student done? What has the tutor said? And then can work with the tutor and the instructor to see whether or not it's actually an effective intervention. So we now have that availability, and we're getting a huge buy-in on that from faculty. Faculty members can also go in and look to see if, what happens is Johnny will come in and say, I sent my stuff in to Ask Online, and they never sent it back, so I need another week to do my essay, teacher. It's become the new version of the dog ate my homework. Now the teacher can go in and see, did Johnny ever submit the paper? And if so, when? And did he ever retrieve it? And what exactly did the tutor say? And then the teacher can make a much more informed judgment about whether to give Johnny more time or not. Once in a while, I would guess maybe one paper in 3,000 does slip through the cracks, and we don't lose it, we just misplace it. And I can find it immediately, and we get it taken care of. And I write an email to the instructor and admit that I'm an idiot, and let her know that, it was our fault. Johnny really did do what he was supposed to do. Please be nice to him. And faculty like that. Okay? We work with the HCC population in general. Okay? We're out on campuses every time there's a student affairs event going on, whether it's an International Student Day or job fair or registration for next semester. We've got a table out there. We've got tutors out there. We're talking to faculty. We're talking to students. We work with librarians, okay, so that everybody at HCC knows what we're doing and everybody's on the same page to get students more engaged. And the other thing that we do is we work with the online tutoring profession nationally. Up until recently, I was on the board of the Association for the Tutoring Profession, and I chaired their committee on tutor training. I present all over the country. I consult all over the country. I help schools bring systems on board. And the first thing I do is first you have to figure out what you have and analyze your own structure, and then you can figure out how to overlay online tutoring. I do training nationally, and HCC has become the model. We're the big boys. Okay. Wrapping up very quickly. I think I've got one more. Okay. It's cheap. It's much cheaper than doing outsourced tutoring. It's cheaper than doing on-campus tutoring because we're not paying people to work when they're not working. Okay. Yeah, we've gone from $12.65 per contact in 2008 to $10 a contact now. That's a substantial savings. Okay.
And how many contacts per year are you running?
We're running, it keeps increasing every year, but we're running 10 to 15,000. Okay. There have been a couple small unexpected benefits, and then we'll open it up to questions. The Chancellor, Dr. Spangler at HCC, developed an innovation fund that provided grants for cool projects that there wasn't money for anyplace else. And I submitted this huge $150,000 project for a great big tutor training program across the HCC system. That wasn't funded. But what was funded was a $900 chunk that was based on one paragraph that said that as a result of better communication among all these tutoring centers from the big grant, we would put together a searchable database so that students could go in online, and they needed to find trigonometry tutoring on Thursdays. They could put in trigonometry or math, and they could find anything anywhere in the system. It was searchable by college, it was searchable by subject, or by both.
This includes face-to-face tutoring as well as online tutoring, the searchable database.
Right. It's all tutoring, all subjects, everything, everywhere at HCC. We're averaging about 500 hits a week into that database. Okay? We also developed a toolbar. So, if you use Word and you want to bold something, you select it, you hit the B button, and you go. Well, we developed a toolbar that if a student has written a fragment, for example, you highlight it, you hit the FR button on our toolbar, it puts in a pre-written, that we wrote, explanation of what a fragment is and how to fix it, so tutors don't have to keep typing the same thing over and over and over. So it makes it much, much more effective. And what we've done now is we make that available to all of our faculty, so students are getting the same feedback from tutors and from teachers, and we share it with any school around the country that's offering online tutoring and wants to use it. We just give it away for free. All we ask is attribution. So we work with many different constituencies. It works. We know that it works. Tutors love it. I've got a waiting list right now of 150 faculty who want to be tutors, okay, which is a really nice sort of thing. Faculty love it. Students love it. A group of us got together and we decided to change, and we made it happen, and it works.
Questions? Comments? Yes, sir.
I think this is an outstanding thing, and certainly innovative and creative, and that's certainly what we're going to have to do much more of in the future with our limited resources. I have a specific question I want to direct to you, is in that faculty have, of course, teaching loads, and the community college system, and as well as our with the exception of maybe some of our research institutions, when the majority of their mission is teaching, both community colleges and a lot of the four-year institutions that are teaching institutions. And, part of that faculty workload involves what they do in the classroom, but it also involves what they do outside the classroom. So the question I ask is, how much is their salary and how much is their responsibility incorporated into your tutorial program, and how much outside resources are y'all having to supplement faculty salaries or give stipends or to pay the $20 an hour in addition to what they're already drawing in salaries.
Okay.
Now keep in mind that I assume that some of that responsibility in terms of tutoring students should be included in their annual salaries.
Correct.
And should not require any additional outside funding to the tune of $20 an hour. Is that correct?
Pretty much.
So
Okay.
Are we paying faculty an annual salary, and then we're paying them another stipend to tutor, which may also perhaps should have been included in some of their responsibilities in terms of what their faculty workload should be to begin with?
First half is right, second half isn't. Those full-time faculty who tutor do it as an overload. So instead of doing an overload teaching and getting paid for that, they're tutoring instead up to a maximum of 6 hours a week, which is the regular overload calculation. Our tutors who are teaching don't tutor their own students. Okay? So
It's outside of the classroom
Outside of-
tutoring
they
that
don't
they
do it
already
through
provide
us.
to those students, which you were referring to before.
they don't do it through Ask Online. So they may tutor their own students through their own office hours, but online they're tutoring, you're teaching English, but you're tutoring his students. You're not tutoring your own students.
Okay, I understand.
And as a full-time faculty member, you wouldn't be tutoring somebody else's students during your office hours anyway. We prefer, what we end up with most of the time is adjunct faculty who, for whatever reason, don't get a full load, or who don't want to come into campus for 3 classes, but they want maybe teach 1 on campus and then work from home to take care of children or aging parents or whatever. But no, they're not double dipping. We're really careful about that.
Thank you.
Deborah or Dr. Levy, you mentioned developmental ed as one of the kind of focus areas. How are you using this system in particular to target those students with developmental ed, or even for that matter, adult basic ed needs? And if you have dual credit students, are you leveraging this down into the high schools?
Yes. We are leveraging
Good answer.
I know we're running out of time.
Next
okay?
question, right?
No, I know that we do work with the dual credit students. We'll do the same thing that we do with our own students. We'll send tutors out into the classroom. We run orientations. The same tutors, if they're taking a freshman English dual credit class, the freshman English tutors are going to be working on those papers. So they're being worked on, critiqued and so forth at the same level as if it were a regular college classroom. We have special cues for students in ESL, developmental English, reading classes, and developmental math. And the tutors I hire who work with those students are people who teach in those areas, who are credentialed to, who are experienced in teaching ESL, teaching developmental math, because it's different. So I have specialized tutors who are working with those program needs.
And we do need to wrap up, but I did have one final question. You mentioned marketing the program aggressively. Other than the indirect incentive for faculty to encourage students to use it, can you tell us in 25 words or less what you do to market it aggressively?
We spend a whole lot of time on campuses passing out flyers, passing out bookmarks to students, going into classrooms. Student word of mouth is huge. I'm going more than 25 words, I apologize.
I'll take the next 25. We also have posters that we provide at the college campuses, and we post it prominently on our websites.
So it's fairly low-cost marketing, but apparently effective.
Yes.
I appreciate it, Durga. This was special for you. This should be your favorite presentation of all time.
I'm totally amazed with what you people are doing. I have a question. Do you charge lower tuition fee for the students who register for online classes? That's question number 1.
No.
No, same fee.
Same tuition and fees for online classes as there are
What
for
about
face-to-face
charging lower
classes.
fee?
Excuse me?
Your cost is lower. Why don't you charge lower fee?
Online tutoring and online teaching are 2 different things, sir. Okay? We don't charge students for tutoring either online or face-to-face. So that's...
That service is supported by the college funds, yeah. But the online classes are charged the same fees as the face-to-face classes.
What about having it on video? Do you have a video of all the classes, all the online classes online, so that students can go and watch again if they did not get something?
In some cases, video supplements are provided. Sometimes in lecture capture environments, but we don't do that very often. We don't find that candid classroom kind of recordings. And I know we're going into online learning right now and distance learning kind of things, but we don't find that candid classroom video components are as effective as some other pedagogies now that we have a whole lot more online teaching tools available to us. It can be helpful in supplemental kinds of activities. It can be helpful to demonstrate a certain concept within a course. That's the primary use of video that we use in our distance learning courses, but not to put the entire course simply on video and let the student play it back and watch it. That's not usually the most effective means of being able to.
I got one more question. In next 4 to 5 years, what do you think, what percentage of the students, the classes will be taught online? In next 4 to 5 years or 5 to 10 years?
Wow.
What percentage of the classes will be teaching online?
Well, at HCC, we're somewhere between 20 and 25% of our total student enrollment right now is online. I would anticipate that would grow probably 5-10%, perhaps maybe even 15% in the next 5 years. Perhaps even more than that. It's very hard to predict. It's a very, very hard thing to predict. But we are seeing continual, very significant enrollment growth in our online programs, in our online courses, which again shouldn't be necessarily confused with the online tutoring, which is a different aspect.
That's
Ryan?
wonderful. Thank you.
Thanks, Durga. Ryan?
I just had a real quick question. You said for the study that y'all had done, the students were self-selected. Is it required that they do the tutoring below a certain GPA?
No. Some teachers require tutoring. They're required to tune in a tutored version of a draft, for example, as part of a packet. But no,
Okay.
at our institution, it's not required.
Okay.
Some English faculty, for example, will require that the first draft of a paper that they require in English composition go through Ask Online and go through that writing critique.
Okay. My second question is real fast. You said that y'all went live with an English pilot because of how diverse HCC is. I actually did 15 hours at HCC, so I'm very familiar with that. Are y'all planning on expanding into other languages, offering tutoring in other languages down the road?
Do you mean as in foreign language tutoring or just offering tutoring in other languages?
In other languages.
No. We talked about it. But in order to get through classes at HCC, you have to get through them in English.
Okay.
So we don't plan on offering tutoring in
Spanish, for example, at this point.
Okay. Thank you.
Dr. Levy, Deborah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for livening up the audience and the board with your presentation. Excellent program. Really
And
proud
thank
of
you
it.
so much for the Star Award.
You're welcome.
Thank you for having us today. We appreciate
Don't spend it all in one place. All right, our next item 6, is a new item for our board meetings. Invited testimony. And first, we have invited the Texas Association of Community Colleges to speak on their Texas Success legislative agenda. Panelists include Dr. Bill Holda, Chair of TAC and President of Kilgore College, Dr. Richard Carpenter, Chair-elect and Chancellor of the Lone Star College System, and Dr. Ray Garcia, who's the President and CEO of TAC. Before you begin your presentation, I want to take the opportunity to acknowledge the very positive and constructive meetings we've had over the course of the last 2.5 years together, and also the meetings that you've had with the Commissioner and key staff about ways in which we can strengthen our partnership with community colleges. I was really pleased with Dr. Holda's suggestion about every community college identifying and assigning a liaison to the coordinating board in order to improve communications. I think we're putting together our internal team, and as soon as those folks have been identified, we want to, as we talked about in our last meeting, we want to have an open house where all of those liaisons are invited to come to the agency and put faces with names, et cetera, and walk through our processes. I understand a joint letter was sent from you and the Commissioner requesting this to all the districts, so I guess it's going to happen soon. by creating the board's new task force on community college issues, coupled with setting agenda items related to community colleges at every board meeting, we will certainly enhance our knowledge and awareness about the challenges that your institutions face. In fact, I think we're very fortunate to have this new task force chaired by a former community college trustee and board chair at Panola Community College, and Dennis Golden. And we appreciate you being here today to share with us your Texas Success legislative agenda. So with that, I'll turn it over to you three.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a pleasure to be here with you, and we look forward to building this partnership you alluded to. You know, a lot of times I can't speak authoritatively for all 50 districts, but when I tell you that student success is our highest priority and we have a passion for that, I can speak very authoritatively. We've been talking about this for 2 or 3 years, and I know that all 50 districts have this as their highest priority. And so as we go into our legislative priorities, I think you'll see that they reflect these principles. We actually began earlier than this year and then really aggressively in January of 2012, and we've really appreciated the dialogue with you, Chairman Helton-Fels, with Vice Chair Hahn, with the Commissioner, and we think that we have a package to present to the legislative staff in concert with the coordinating board that will really serve our students, the colleges, communities in Texas. The campaign that we're about to talk about has 5 points, and they really sort of line up with the 5 wings of or legs of the Star of Texas: workforce and skills alignment, measuring and funding success, college readiness, transfer and articulation, and finally Texans in community colleges. And because the measurement and funding success is probably the item that would most interest you, I'm going to let Dr. Carpenter, Chancellor Carpenter, take us through the measuring and funding success piece first.
Good morning. Make sure, and is the mic live? I can't hear it.
I think, is the red light on?
Now it is.
Okay.
Now it is. Thank you. Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioner, members of the board, and thank you again for this opportunity to present our legislative agenda. Of significance is that our agenda is different from anything probably we've seen before. Historically, for decades now, we've had the formula funding, and we've talked and complained about the percentage of state formula and how it's constantly eroding and so forth. You won't hear us talking about that this time. As has already been mentioned, is all about student success, and the student success community college, as you see here, consists effectively of meeting educational goals in students, being mindful that not every student who enters a community college has the goal of a degree attainment. It's certainly a goal of many, but certainly not all. We're building on the momentum points that was discussed, particularly with the board in the last legislative session. We've been working collaboratively with the staff and the board to create what we call student success points. It's a little bit of a difference, but because it builds on that, we're adding, and I'll show you here in a moment, we're adding some new elements to that. But we recommend a student success points system that recognizes, like the momentum points system, the student achievement along a continuum. From successful completion of college readiness to intermediate success measures to successful outcome metrics. This model includes a couple of areas where metrics are yet to be defined, and you'll hear a little bit about that later. Primarily, what our recommendations are with respect to adult basic education and high demand workforce metrics. This will look very familiar because it's based on the momentum points. The difference is that you see more points along the continuum, and you see a little revision of the distribution of points. For instance, if you look at this first box, complete math development at 1 point. In the previous, you would have seen 2 points there. What we're saying is that let's take that in the second box where you see pass first college level math course. Let's give 2 points only after they've completed the developmental and the college. So it just divides it out. You see a few other things along the bottom. Adult basic ed, you'll hear more in a moment. But the complete developmental work, first college credit, first 15, 30 credits, that's right out of the momentum points. Certificate and associate degrees. There is a slight difference in the point weighting for STEM because those tend to gravitate toward high demand areas, no matter where you are in the state. So you see a 2.25 point. By the way, that was, some people ask, how do you get 2.25? That's when you have 50 college CEOs. That's how you get 2.25.
That's an honest answer.
And then the high demand areas. What we realize is that high demand in Northeast Texas might look a little bit different from high demand in the Houston Metroplex. So that needs some work. We're not ready to say to you how we would imagine that to unfold. And then, of course, employment and degree attainment. So again, we are dropping our reference to, we will not be asking the legislative, in this legislative session, that the state address our funding according to the formula. We are talking rather all about, everything we're about is student success. And so TAC believes that there's a need to create a new method for state funding. To accomplish that goal, the state funding should be broken down into what we have 3 components. One is core college operations. Now, core college operations, what we realize, every college needs a president, a CFO, various other positions. Whether you are a huge multi-campus urban institution or if you're a small rural college, you need those positions. We've had, I'm only in my 6th year in Texas, but this goes way back where we've had some ongoing discussion and politicalization of the small college supplement and should this one get it and that one and what should it be this or should it be that. What we argue is that we should move away from small college supplement but accomplish the same thing by giving a core operations allotment right off the top. The entire allocation from the state, before you distribute the money, give every district, regardless of its size, large, small, all, core operations monies. And that would be $1 million per biennium. And my large institution colleagues are quick to point out that $1 million per biennium is a drop in the bucket toward their core operation cost. But it's a recognition that it's not a drop in the bucket for many other colleges. And so we'll make that up on the contact hour piece of this. So we imagine that we would treat everybody the same with core operations allocation, regardless of size or number of campuses. Then we move to the student success points. The much debate in the last session was, well, the student success or the momentum points, should that be monies in addition to or out of the budget that's already being cut? And we're arguing or acknowledging where we are now is that that we would consider that below the line. That's part of our operation, not a 10% pool above, but part of our operation. That it be addressing the continuum that I just showed you on the student points. 10% for 10% for student success points, minus the core operations. Then the traditional way we allocate money would be the balance of the 90%, and that's based on contact hour generation. The other thing that's really key to us beyond this is our ability, as we are expanding and growing as fast as we are, our ability to recruit and retain high-quality faculty. And at Lone Star, a good portion of the faculty we hire come from other colleges in other states. And we've got to be competitive, particularly on the benefits. We are competitive on the salaries. We've got to be competitive on the benefits, and we are asking that we acknowledge, though, in this last session, the state cut back from 84% of the cost of those benefits to funding us at only 42%. That puts us in a non-competitive position. So but we acknowledge that the state is in an economic stress situation, probably can't get back to the 84% in one session. So what we're asking is that the state consider moving halfway, get us back up to 60%, and then hopefully, and there are those who are looking beyond this economic biennium that's coming up, suggesting that maybe things will get better within the next 3 or 4 years. And if so, then we would be asking in the next session of the legislature to move that back and to restore it to the full 84%. And the irony of that is we would be asking for 84% of the cost in the 84th session of the legislature. Last slide for me is that, so the bottom line, We are asking for just a little bit short of $2 billion for the Student Success Appropriations request. As I've explained, the core operations, $1 million per district for the biennium. That comes off the top, and then the rest of the pie we consider the 100%, and we divide it 10% going to the student success points. That would be just a little bit less than $200 million. In contact hour funding, 90%, which would be about $1.7 billion.
So I'd like to move through the remaining 4 points. In spite of, former Lieutenant Governor Bill Hobby's comment that it's all about the money and everything else is poetry, I would like to deal with these other 4 issues. One is workforce and skills alignment. As you all know, the community colleges in Texas are essential to developing these critical skills, and a well-trained workforce is integrally connected to the economic future of this state. And we know that, and you know that, and we've said that all along. And so we've had some discussion with the Texas Workforce Commission staff and commissioners, and we're recommending a reform of the Skills Development Fund, which would enhance the ability of community colleges to work with multiple employers, better serve students, and more closely match the true workforce needs in the regions around the state. And second of all, we want to work more closely to develop much clearer pathways between the high school career and technical ed programs and the community college career and technical ed programs. There's a disconnect with those right now. The next point that we want to focus on is college readiness. As you know, well over 90-some% of all the developmental ed in Texas occurs within the community college. And we recognize major changes must be made in delivery and design of content. We agree with the Commissioner. We've made good progress, but not fast enough. We want to support the University of Texas at Austin special item request to fund the Dana Center in developing this new Mathways project, and the community colleges have already invested in that. We want to develop and require a student success course for all entering students and have that course eligible for state funding. And then we want to request additional Starlink professional development funding to engage in a student success initiative. We know that robust professional development is a critical component in this developmental ed success. Transfer and articulation. We have developed a set of principles and recommendations that put value on the associate degree, and we're looking to promote and get approved a statewide transfer articulation agreement so that there is a direct and clear pathway for every program that becomes universal in Texas, instead of us having a dozen articulation agreements with a dozen other colleges times 50 community college districts. So we're looking to develop true Common Core and true common fields of study that are updated and that have statewide application. And an incentive system for the completion of the associate degree that rewards the students, the community colleges, and the universities, so that students have and you alluded to it some this morning in some of the previous presentation, that Texas grant priority model can be changed to allow and encourage transfer with that associate degree, so that Texas grant is portable, and that these scholarship programs for associate degree completers are more robust. Community colleges would gain in having more points in the success point model, and we would support a change in the university formula where they actually earn a higher rate of formula for enrolling students who have actually completed an associate degree. I think you'd see that the combination of those 3 incentives would make big differences in the number of associate degrees that are achieved in this state. The next item is the Texans in community colleges, and it has 2 pieces. It has an adult basic ed and a financial aid piece. As you know, our students are very diverse, and they represent and mirror the face of Texas today and tomorrow. Traditional age student, non-traditional age student, those coming back for workforce skills and development, veterans who are returning from service to re-enter the workforce, many, many more cohorts of students. The adult basic ed model and opportunity fits what the community colleges are doing, whether they are a formally approved ABE provider through TEA or doing those same services on their own. And so when you look at the funds that are truly needed to support a robust ABE model, we recommend the state provide sufficient funding for that. And two, we believe that the state oversight of ABE would be better served and better match the college's delivery of those services housed at the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board than with TEA. On the financial aid front, what we want to have you look at is the fact that less than 10% of all the grant aid to community college students does come from the state of Texas, much as you heard in your presentation. But those dollars can still be very critical in helping a cost-sensitive market of students pay for their education. So we actually endorsed the recommendation of the Sunset Commission to remove the two-year institutions from participation in the Beyond Time loan program and to transfer that funding for the public two-year institutions to the Texas Educational Opportunity Grant Program, which accomplishes part of what you heard in that previous presentation. It creates much more distribution on the upfront. It front loads much more of that than the nature of the Beyond Time program. And second, flexibility for community college financial aid directors to be able to move funds between the various state financial aid programs that can allow them to customize those to their own student population. And at this point, I'd like to ask Dr. Garcia to give some closing comments, then we'll have time for discussion.
Thank you, Bill. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, it's a pleasure to be here. As you heard from both of my lead officers, that the Texas Success Agenda represents a dramatic change in the way community colleges will be doing business with the legislature, in the way we view ourselves, and the way we talk about ourselves. The work of the association will be focused around this Texas Success Agenda and those 5 points. And so it is a reinvention of our association, a reinvention of the way we'll be working together and the way we hope to work with you. The American Association of Community Colleges issued a report last April challenging colleges all across the country to do exactly what we have done. And I think we're the first state to do it on this comprehensive level, and it will permeate all of the work that we do. What we want to focus on is that this is a starting point in our recommendations. There is a lot more work to be done in all of these key 5 areas in the 5-point plan, and we're going to continue to work on those, and additional recommendations are going to emerge as we move forward, but we know we cannot do this alone. We need the coordinating board to work with us in order to make this work. But as we have reinvented ourselves, we're going to ask you to do a little reinvention as well. And that is, we need you to focus on policy. We want you to stay with us in identifying those board rules that are too focused on details and not focused on creating the environment that's going to allow the institutions to innovate and change and keep things moving forward. We want to work with you as you develop new policies that create an environment that's going to allow that change and innovation. We want to focus on collaboration. We've got to get through this together. This is not something that the colleges can do alone. It's not something that the board can do alone by dictating state policy. It has to be a collaborative process. And I think we're ultimately successful when we present a unified message as higher education. And so we're extending our hands to you, and we very much appreciate the opportunity to provide this testimony to you today, because we think it represents the dawn of a new era in our cooperation. And with that, Mr. Chairman, we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ray. Very well done. And certainly, I don't think we on the board or in the agency think there's anything that is set in stone that can't be looked at and re-examined if it helps further the student success agenda, increasing the number and the velocity with which we help our students attain associate's degree or successful transfer. So I very much appreciate the very thoughtful plan that you've laid out for how we guide and align policy. With that, since Harold and I have seen sort of the bones of this in an earlier, smaller meeting a few weeks ago, I want to open it up to our other members who may have questions about what they've seen and what they hear. So, members? Dennis?
I've got one simple comment. I like it. I really do.
Now that is meaningful, because I've never heard Dr. Golden use that few words
He was just warming up.
I'm just
I think he speaks for most of us
with the
or all of us.
presentation and what y'all are doing and how far y'all have already come. I like it.
David?
Yeah, I would echo that. I think it's very innovative. I think it's forward thinking. I had a question. You had mentioned that not every student is attending with the intent to get a degree. How do we identify as they enter what their goal is and then reward that success for meeting that goal? So if the goal is not for them to get a degree, it's for them to get a couple of additional courses that allow them to then progress in their employment, then really they shouldn't be counted against for not getting that degree if that was never their intention. Have you considered that should be part of what we hold you accountable for and what you're rewarded for if that's a success for that student's intention in attending?
That area, yes, I agree. That area gets a little squishier because, A, we have students that come with one intention, and as they're in progress, their intention changes. So you have students that have a declared major or a declared program of study or a declared educational goal, and a lot of times when you look at their transcript or you look at what they've taken, it's their certified program is very different than their declared intent. So that's something we have to reconcile because there is a disconnect there with some of our students. Second of all, we have had some tools that we have not developed fully that have been codified at your level. For example, marketable skills achievers is a category of student that is measurable and it's defined. You've created a definition for that, but I'm not sure that we've tracked those numbers as tied to any kind of reward. And it is true, we have, you might have an adult student that comes back to learn the latest version of Microsoft or of the applications, and that's all they're trying to do. And so in the past, I think part of our problem has been we have rewarded what we could measure. And what we have to do is look at what constitutes success and learn how to measure it, whether put the funding piece aside initially and figure out how can we measure. Example, ESL, GEDs, ABE stuff that's on here. That's reported with some irregularity throughout the state. Well, so then we don't attach funding to it because we haven't measured it. Well, if it's truly one measure of success, then the burden is on us. We need to help create the ways to accurately measure all of those multiple success points.
I'd like to add one piece to that. First of all, the point that was made originally with his comment was the fact that so many students come to us stating that, well, I intend to do this. And more often than not, what we see is students come in with lower intentions than they ultimately wind up doing. They get some success under the belt, their aspirations are raised, they get a little more knowledge of what's available and what they can do, and their self-confidence is boosted. But and we really don't want to come across as trying to make excuses because of a graduation rate being this or that way, because we want to improve that. But we also need to be mindful that, it wasn't 2.5 years ago. I came before this board with a number of our university colleagues, and we asked you, and you approved our MITSE at our University Park campus. I got to tell you, that's blown everybody's expectations. That's way beyond what we thought it would be already. But here's the issue: at that campus, students have 4, sometimes almost 5 universities that are not across the campus or across town, but across the hall. They can take a class in room 102 at 9 with us, and in room 103 at 10 with the University of Houston. There's not a lot of incentive for that student to graduate from us. And so what we're finding is that many of our students come in and they say, well, my goal, because I'm going to be a part of that kind of a program, my goal is to earn a bachelor's degree, not an associate degree. What we've got to do a better job, though, of tracking those. Where we really are weak is that we're not doing an effective job of tracking the changes. We collect it when they come in, and we sort of stamp it, that's what they intend to do. And more often than not, somewhere along the continuum, their direction changes.
Janelle?
It's a big state, and there are a lot of community colleges with a wide variation of schools. You have Houston, you have Ranger, you have. So tell me, when you come to us now, as you're asking us to be one voice, are you one voice?
Yes.
Are you dragging 10 that don't
No,
want to come?
this has been a journey, and it takes time to organically create this growth and this metamorphosis. And 2 years ago, we were not there yet. But I think Richard led us. We did a strategic planning process in the fall that was facilitated by Steve Kinslow, former president of Austin Community College. The members had clickers, and we participated actively. We did the same thing. Richard led us through a process in January, and we asked the members questions. Do you really believe that student success is going to be at the center of where you are? We took that. Do you believe that your funding is going to be tied in large part to performance, either now or later? People voted. And you could see that the majority of the membership really got it. And those that maybe voted no, they saw that everybody else, the majority, was with it. And so we did this process. Then in April, Richard took the whole legislative piece to the entire membership again, and then they affirmed it this summer at our summer meeting. So it's been a process.
Well, so I just visited with some members of a board at a community college, and do you think it's going to filter down to that level fairly quickly, or will there be, again, people then going home and just the president's by himself, and there's the board and there's the faculty, and darn, all those things are still there.
It's difficult to get 450 or so publicly elected board members, all congruent, all resonating the same thing. But we asked the presidents, whose responsibility is it to take the lead on this? Whether it's getting the messaging uniform, convincing legislators, educating the community. And I don't remember the percentage, but 87% of the members identified themselves as the key critical piece to that. So it's our job to restructure our board meetings to where a piece of what we do every board meeting talks about student success. And so we're already doing community meetings and board meetings that show leakage points for our institution to create awareness of the mandate that we have. Because just as we tell teachers, teaching did not occur if learning did not occur, then we are not achieving our mission if we don't achieve student success. It's just that simple.
We're all familiar with trying to steer the Titanic before we hit the iceberg, and understand how hard it is to change culture, to change, real environments, even the communities that you're in. You have to change the taxpayers' thoughts, even. So I appreciate your effort, and I really commend you for this report.
And you hit it. You just touched on it. We were at a conference, and the speaker said, "Culture eats strategy for breakfast every day of the week." Well, changing the culture is going to be the challenge.
Well, I hope the press got that quote. I see Ralph over there typing. You might talk a little bit, too, about how you're changing the partnership, the working relationship with CAT, the trustees organization.
You betcha.
Which I think will also speak to Janelle's concern.
You bet. For about a year now, we have had a pretty intensive discussion with the Community College Association of Texas Trustees. One of the dynamics there was voluntary membership, and about 40% of the community colleges actually paid dues and had participating members. And one of the concerns that we've had is when we bring that group to provide testimony at the legislature or to interact, as we have done on multiple occasions with many of you, is that they don't necessarily speak authoritatively for all 50 community college districts. So after about a year's worth of dialogue, Our membership this spring voted to proceed forward and look at a way to connect both organizations and let them be independent and freestanding, but to provide staff support and find a way to involve all 50 colleges. Then we attended their meeting in June, and they, as an organization, voted to proceed with the same deal. And this summer, our membership approved reorganizing our structure and our due structure so that a part of being a TACC member means that your college is automatically a member of the Community College Trustee Organization. So we're going to consolidate the dues collection, and we will actually provide the staff support through TACC. And it's going to have three robust legs. One is professional development, both that which is required and that which will help them be much better and more effective board members. Part two is legislative advocacy, so that we can do a lot of coordinated advocacy with our legislative piece, because they're elected public officials, and they have much more ability to influence the legislative process than we do, quite frankly. And then the third leg of that is to learn to address issues, whether it's student success or many other issues, in a coordinated manner. That we're very optimistic, and we have had a lot of dialogue with their leadership, and we anticipate that their board and members and our board and members are going to be getting together several times a year for coordinated events. But it's very positive.
And where are the trustees in terms of the agenda you just laid out? Have they?
We laid out the preliminary version of this at the trustees meeting in June to bring them up to speed on what was going on, and we're continuing those conversations with them as we activate this new strategy that Bill just described. Once we bring the new staff person on board, they'll be charged with kind of doing the deeper dive into dissemination and engagement.
Well, members, are there any final questions?
I have
Dennis?
one clarification, and I agree with what I think I hear you say, is that the trustee organization is not representative of the entirety of community college trustees.
That was correct.
That's what I've perceived for a number of years, that you've got a certain segment of the trustees that have pretty much controlled that organization and do not represent or speak for the entirety of the community college trustees in the state. And you're telling me that y'all are moving to come together and to bring everybody under into the fold and to speak collectively for the entirety of all the community colleges?
That's correct, Dennis.
Good.
I mean, this is the Lone Star State. We're one star. We're one body of community colleges, very different, as Ms. Shepard said, very different, but we are all part of a unified segment, and we feel the same way about the trustees.
I do too.
Well, thank you. I'm very excited about the progress that's been made these last 2 years and reflected in the success agenda you just outlined.
And I'd call your attention to this website, which is up. It's in its incipient stages, but there are some graphics there that I think you'll find interesting, and it's going to be a center point for where the public, the legislators, and you all can go to sort of help us move forward with student success.
Well, if we had sound effects, and maybe you can do this on the website, I would cue up Kumbaya softly.
I thought it would be the Aggie War hymn.
That too, of course. That goes without saying. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it.
I just want to say that I think this is a wonderful framework, and we're eager to work with you to achieve your goals that are implicit here. And we look forward to working with you to remove any obstacles here at the coordinating board that inhibit you from getting this work done.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Gentlemen. Okay, our next invited testimony will come from Dr. Dan Jones, the president of Texas A&M University Commerce, and Mr. Juan Mejia, vice president for academic affairs at South Texas College. They'll be providing a brief presentation on the Affordable Baccalaureate Degree Program, a low-cost alternative to a post-secondary degree with special focus on students from lower socioeconomic backgrounds. EduCause awarded the coordinating board, in cooperation with South Texas College and A&M Commerce, a $1 million Next Generation Learning Challenges grant to design, pilot, and scale this low-cost degree program. Members, this is an exciting project that directly responds to the governor's challenge to Texas higher education institutions to create a $10,000 baccalaureate degree pathway. I want to commend South Texas College, Texas A&M Commerce, and coordinating board staff, especially Dr. Van Davis, for developing such an innovative and successful proposal. So with that, turn it over to you all for the presentation.
As you mentioned, this has been an exciting project for us. There we go. This has been an exciting project for us, and even though we're in the early stages of it, we see that it has tremendous potential, not only to achieve some important goals related to affordability, but also to essentially reconceive of the way that we deliver higher education in the state of Texas. Mr. Heldenfels, you referenced that the seed for this idea was planted by Governor Perry when he challenged those of us in higher education to come up with a $10,000 baccalaureate degree. And I have to confess to you that when I heard that challenge, I reacted the same way that many of my colleagues did, and that is with a certain measured degree of skepticism. I know how much it costs for us to do business. I know which costs are fixed and which costs are elastic. Most of them are fixed. I knew that how difficult it is to trim around the corners and to hit some of those goals that we had to do when our budget was being reduced during the last biennium. So, again, skepticism, I think, is the appropriate term. What happened at A&M Commerce is that a group of very innovative and creative and forward-looking faculty came to me and said, I think we can do this. And I said, you got to be kidding. And they said, no, really, I think we can. So I said, I gave them leave to do what they could. The skepticism didn't disappear entirely. But the more we talked about it and the more I picked up on their passion and their enthusiasm and their excitement, I began to be carried along in the wave of enthusiasm that they were displaying. And I have to tell you, in addition to all of the other benefits, and Mr. Mejia will talk a little bit about the program and the great benefits that it will bring to our students, one of the benefits that this has brought to our campus has been it has absolutely revitalized the faculty who are involved in this, because they see an opportunity for them to exercise their own creative and innovative spirit. And they see that that is being recognized and rewarded for the great contribution that it is. Let me just reiterate a point that I made at the very beginning. This started as a way to come up with a $10,000 degree, but as it turns out, this is not simply about controlling costs. You don't get to a $10,000 degree just sort of by trimming around the edges and, taking back cell phone allowances and things like that. You have to do it by fundamentally reconceiving the way that you deliver a baccalaureate program. And that's where the challenge was, but that's where the excitement and the enthusiasm lie as well. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Mejia, and he will lead us through the presentation.
Thank you, President Jones. Chairman Heldenfels, Commissioner Paredes, and members of the board, thank you very much for this opportunity to provide an update on this wonderful initiative. As mentioned, a national and state priority is degree attainment. As President Jones was mentioning, it's not just about trimming costs. It's about helping students be successful. We heard from President Barack Obama about the American Graduation Initiative. You were visionaries when you launched the Closing the Gaps plan that you had on participation, excellence, research, and success. You heard about completion by design, talent dividend, and the Texas Association of Business encouraging us all to work on their graduation rates and graduation numbers. Commissioner Paredes has been very strong about what we do at our campuses to serve our students, and I know you have as well as members of the board. Great partnership. We talk about how in the old days people could make a deal or come to an agreement by handshake, and I believe that's the way this has started. It started while great dialogue is taking place here in the hallways, there's dialogue, and we ran into faculty from A&M Commerce, your wonderful staff commissioner, and it was one of those of, even if there's no money available, will we do it? and we knew it was the right thing, shook hands on it, and started working on this. So a great partnership, the coordinating board, College for All Texans, A&M University Commerce, and the South Texas College. I'd like to, on behalf of President Reed from South Texas College, who was here this morning, but had to leave to catch a flight for a meeting that had been scheduled for a long time, she extends her appreciation as well. And on behalf of the 500 students who have graduated from our Applied Baccalaureate since we started and we received your approval, thank you very much as well. Next Generation Learning Challenges Grant. You saw it there, you have it in your report. Funded by the Gates Foundation, the Hewlett Foundation, led by EDUCAUSE, the League for Innovation, and others. Multi-year approach, funding with a focus to identify and scale technology-enabled approaches to improve college readiness and completion. Oops, let me back up here. Degree opportunity. The focus was how can we make this degree affordable, accelerated, and then this Dr. McGregor Stevenson says, ensure that the quality is there, the rigor and the relevance, and competency-based instead of seat time. We've got so accustomed to, well, it's a semester, they need to be in class a certain amount of times. How do we focus on competency-based? When there's mastery of that content, a student can move on to the next level. And then using the identified 21st century skills from the Association of American Colleges and Universities. Coordinating board took an impressive leadership role, and Dr. Jones is correct. Dr. Davis pulled us together and said, we want to do our role to coordinate this, but you have to take on the academic authority for this. So the structure was established. A&M Commerce, South Texas College, with the role of the coordinating board is there, as you see, to coordinate the evaluation, the reporting, to convene the faculty and leaders from business and industry. And then the role of the higher ed institutions was to work on the degree, defining the degree, the learning outcomes, to ensure we have the appropriate faculty and staff to run this, the evaluation models. And then Commerce was going to, A&M Commerce was going to focus a lot on the recruitment of military, working with veterans, leaders that are currently in the armed services. And the focus from South Texas College was going to be in alignment with dual credit, as we have a very strong and large dual enrollment population. You know the breakdown of a degree. General core, 42 hours. Lower division electives for a total of 90 leaves the 30 hours, which would be the upper division coursework. And our emphasis was going to be a very strong applied focus on this. Our degree is a Bachelor of Applied Science in Organizational Leadership with the first 90 semester hours, which would be available now personalized, working with individual students, case management approach, competency-based, and technology-assisted for learning. And in the upper division, very problem-based, face-to-face and in an online format, where students, again, could move as fast as they master the content. The competency would be developed by faculty. That has started this summer, and working throughout all the fall semester, because the intent would be, as you'll see on a timeline, for a launch fairly soon, which would be the fall 2013. Key component of it as well would be this integration of the mastery areas throughout the curriculum. As you look at the columns there, you have the core curriculum, the lower division electives, and the applied major. But through it all, again, based on the Association of American Colleges and Universities, 21st century skills would be to integrate the key concepts throughout the curriculum. Savings to the students, and President Jones, anytime you want to interject any comments on it. This was provided by your staff. The average Texas Public University tuition and fees, as per fall 2010, was about $28,000 for a baccalaureate degree. Through this model of mastery, there would be 7-week sessions. So every 8 weeks, a student could start this degree. A student could finish in about 3 years if they were just brand new to the program, or if they were returning students with some credits, as fast as 1.5 years, reducing the cost to the student to approximately $7,000 or all the way up to $14,000, which, as you can see, reduces it over 50% to the student. So a great opportunity about the affordability, never compromising the quality, the rigor, or the integrity. Let me see my... There we go, timeline. Again, through your offices, the coordination of faculty coming together to do what really is very innovative through your leadership here, which is program tuning. Faculty from both institutions bringing in business and industry leaders so that the learning outcomes for the courses are being developed to, again, begin with the end in mind. What should a student know and have mastery of upon completion and graduation? That would take place throughout the summer and the fall, work on the assessment tools and the development of those, and then continue with the upper division assessment tools through the winter. In the spring 2013, the learning materials identification and development, and then placement of materials online. Start in May of 2013, the open enrollment for students, so that the program could launch in fall 2013. The goals and the possibility. One thing that Commissioner Paredes has been very key to tell us is that it's got to be at scale. The idea that we can graduate 10 students or 20 is not going to do collective impact. This has to be at scale. And the opportunity for the partnership between A&M Commerce and South Texas College, under your leadership, would be to have about 60,000 students participating in this degree and graduating over 1,200 students in this 5-year period. We're not talking about it as an institution. We're not talking about it as a college. We're talking about it as a specific degree. So a great opportunity. Just earlier this month, the College for All Texans received the grant from the Next Generation Learning Challenges, 2-year funding, and our focus is to work together so that, again, we can be a part of this wonderful initiative. It is not the silver bullet, but it is a silver bullet, and not to take away from all the other wonderful initiatives that are being done throughout colleges and universities. This is just to complement what is already taking place.
Thank you, gentlemen. Questions, members? Brian?
On the expansion slide, your goals for a 5-year period were 6,000 enrollment and over 1,200 graduates. What level of advertising and marketing are y'all doing for it, both now before the 2013 launch and then after that?
Excellent question. Actually, post today's meeting, the marketing begins for this program. So it was first as to present to your body here, and then after that to really launch. We have the press release ready to roll it out in a big way. Broad cameras and all that. We don't know if we'll get a picture with some of you, but the marketing will take place throughout, led by the coordinating board, and then at the individual colleges as well.
I would add this has been a fairly poorly kept secret. So, I mean, we're already getting a lot of inquiries.
You have some demand already piling up.
Yes, I believe pent-up demand would be a good way.
Commissioner, and then I think Dennis.
Good.
I'd like to point out how critical this effort is. As we've discussed a number of times, 60% of the children coming through the K-12 pipeline in Texas are classified as poor, which means they qualify for Title I benefits. And so this is really vital to educational opportunity in Texas. And so what you do, and to the extent that we can replicate the model, is absolutely critical to the future of this state. I'd like to have you say a few words about one of the issues that's really vexing to a lot of students, and that's the cost of textbooks. And Commerce has been a leader in trying to figure out ways to reduce the cost of textbooks. I wondered if you could tell us a little bit about what you're doing.
And again, I credit the faculty for innovation in this area. The simple answer is much greater use of e-textbooks. But e-textbooks is not a single thing. You know, it's not just like, okay, I'll either buy the print version or I'll order the Kindle version from Amazon. I think the next leap that my faculty has taken has been to go to the concept of shredded textbooks, where essentially they go to a variety of electronic sources, gather the material that they want, and essentially put together a custom e-textbook at a fraction of the cost even of the traditional e-textbook. Now, it requires a little more work on the part of the faculty member, but they actually get a higher quality product. The textbook contains exactly the material that they want. I still remember when I was a freshman having to buy a copy of The Renaissance by Walter Pater and was assigned to read only the introduction. I thought, I'm getting ripped off here. So the shredded textbook overcomes that obstacle and takes advantage of technology.
I want to thank you very much. there have only been 4 of these awards to post-secondary institutions, and you're one of those 4. So definitely Van Davis, Dr. Gardner, Dr. Stevenson, Joel Hikes, and Nina Wright have been working with the colleges. It's built a strong partnership. You would think that you would partner 2 nearby institutions. We're in South Texas. President Jones is in Commerce and his team, yet our faculty are working together to serve the students and communities of Texas.
Dennis, and then I'll come to you, David.
Once again, innovative and creative, and that's really what it's going to take. And you guys need to be applauded for. You've got some faculty that are rallying behind you, because you can't do it without them.
Oh, absolutely.
I want to make one other observation in the fact that you're really going to have to focus a lot on your dual credit courses to make this work. And I assume that y'all have an appreciation for that.
That's a key part of it.
That's got to be a key part of it. And we want those high level. We don't want to offer a college level course for high school credit. We want a college course that gives high school credit and college credit.
Right.
And I've had a little bit of concern in terms of the quality of dual credit courses in some of our institutions, and we need them college level.
Absolutely, Dr. Golden. Yes.
David? Actually, following up a little bit on that remark, I wanted to say one of the most important things that they're doing is the work on competency-based education, more so than dual credit. This is going to really provide a model for these 2 institutions, but also elsewhere in the state. I think they're going to do some groundbreaking work. But what I really wanted to mention is you see where they stand now, and you might imagine that when they work together that they would be saying, well, we can't do this or we can't do that. I've never seen a group that essentially said, here's our goal, and they spend all their time figuring out how to do it and not how not to do it. And I think they really need to be commended for that. It was a really impressive process, a very strong goal-oriented process, and I've seen others work in a similar way, but I've never seen anyone work any better together.
Thank you, Dr. Gardner.
I don't think you've got a lot of pressure on you.
You guys got to make it work.
We're going to start talking about the $7,000 degree now. Any further questions? I really want to commend this. Oh, I'm sorry, Durga, go ahead. Go ahead.
I have a comment. I think we need to have audience with the lawmakers and the governor and bring these people there to make a presentation. I think that will be a good thing to do. A lot of people were laughing about it when Governor Perry announced $10,000 degree program. I think this will be excellent thing to show to our governor and other lawmakers that these people have done it and other people should copy it.
I agree.
That's a good comment,
Absolutely.
Durga. Not only was there a lot of skepticism at the time that the governor kind of outlined this challenge, but there was a lot of misperception that the intent was to create a one-size-fits-all solution at every institution, and instead, y'all and some other institutions too. There's I think at least 4 or 5 other institutions following down this path, even though their solutions are a little different. Took on the challenge, and it's the difference in a sense between when President Eisenhower's goal was to have the United States have the finest space exploration program in the nation, and President Kennedy said, we're going to put a man on the moon in 10 years.
Right.
And so you guys, next fall, will be putting a man on the moon in terms of college affordability. So I appreciate it.
Thank you. We appreciate your support.
Thank you.
All right. I think at this time we will go ahead and take out of order item number lunch. And lunch will be on time, and then we will come back and do 11A as our next item right after lunch. And we will go back to item 11A, which is being taken out of order under other business. And this item relates to the interagency agreement with the Texas Health and Human Services Commission to allow the use of state funding for Baylor College of Medicine to draw down federal funds under the Section 1115 waiver program. I'd like to invite Dr. John Burris, Executive Medical Director for affiliates at Baylor College of Medicine to the table to provide background information and answer any questions about this agenda item. Dr. Burris, is there anybody else you want to bring up?
Good afternoon.
You're going to leave Tom over there in the background? Okay.
Thank you very much.
Turn your microphone on.
Thank you very much for the board's consideration of this matter, and also acknowledgement and thanks to Mr. Gardner, Mr. Franz, and the staff for helping us bring this to your attention. Would you like me to make a statement on the position?
Yes, yeah, if you'll give background to the rest of the board on the purpose of this proposal.
There's great detail, I know, in the item you have in your package. The short summary is that there is an opportunity here at the intersection of healthcare and education where the federal government has offered a waiver opportunity to the state to try to improve healthcare. And one of the areas that is most important in that is improving access through workforce development. We at the college do that as a core business. So we have tried to determine if we could participate through this program and expand what we do in that area for the state. And hence this matter comes before you.
And I had thought that we had a handout somewhere.
I don't have one.
Yes. Staff, is there a handout on this?
The packet under other business, the last page.
The last page. Oh, I think I've got the old packet, so, all right. Yeah, it's in the new packet, agenda item 11, yes. So has everybody had a chance to look that over and review it? I just want to make sure we all have the level understanding of this. If everybody is familiar with it, then I would entertain a motion to approve this agenda item.
So move.
Second.
We've got about 3 or 4 seconds. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving right along back to agenda item 7, matters relating to the Committee on Closing the Gaps. These items will be covered by Chair Dennis Golden. Dennis?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't particularly have any opening remarks at this point, and there's no public testimony to be given at this time. I'll move on to item agenda C, consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board concerning and relating to the annual closing of the gaps by 2015 progress report. I recognize Julie Eklund.
That's correct.
Director of Planning and Accountability will present it and review the 2012 progress report, which has been provided on a separate cover. Thank you, Julie. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Marilyn. I'm very happy to be here with you today to share some highlights from the Closing the Gaps progress report. While we're waiting, I will let you know that our Closing the Gaps dashboard information has been updated with our 2011 data, and I'm going to try to keep this brief today, so if you'd like to look at some of the other metrics, the complete data is available on the Closing the Gaps dashboard, as well as in the Closing the Gaps progress report, which you've been provided with. There's a lot of good news that I'm going to share with you, and there are still some areas that continue to need our extra and focused attention. In terms of participation, our enrollment growth is well above our Closing the Gaps targets. Oh, that's okay. I think we're almost there. We did add 47,000 new students this year, and we are only 98,000 students away from our 2015 target of 638,000 students. So we're well above our target, about 84,000 students above our target for 2011. I I can, I guess, talk a little bit about our enrollment growth by some of our race and ethnicity categories. Enrollment growth is up for our African American and Hispanic student populations, and it's actually down 1.3% this year for our white students. This is the second year in a row that our white populations have been lower than in the past. One thing that we like to do is we like to look at our different populations and disaggregate the information by gender, because we do see some different patterns between our male populations and our female populations. Our overall goal is to reach 5.7% of the Texas population, to have them enrolled in higher education. Right now, we're at 6% for our overall population, but we're only above the 5.7% for two of our groups, if we look at the information disaggregated by race, ethnicity, and by gender. And those two groups are white females and African American females. And that's looking at our white, Hispanic, and African American populations, which are our main target populations in closing the gaps. And that's going to be our I believe that's our our fourth slide. Yes, I do. Great. Okay. There we go. So this was the initial data I showed you, that we're above target, well above our target for closing the gaps. And let's see. Okay, and this shows our changes in enrollment, which I discussed earlier. And here's our population disaggregated by male and female. And as you can see, our African American female and white female populations are above our 5.7% goal for their population groups in Texas. Now I want to show you some success data. We are, as you can see, on target to meet our goal of awarding 210,000 bachelor's, associates, and certificate degrees by 2015. And looking at the breakdown of that goal, we are still a little bit below target for our African American students, but as we've seen the participation trends go up, I think we'll start to see. We anticipate that we're going to see our completion rates increase. And right now, looking at the data, looking at the historical data and some trend data, we believe that we will be on target or close to on target by 2015 for that goal. This is some very good news for this year. This is the first time in several years that our Hispanic bachelor's, associates, and certificates are on target to reach 2015 goals. They were somewhat below target last year. It's kind of interesting. For our Hispanic population, our participation rates aren't where they need to be. We're at 4.6% of the population, but we are on track right now for our completion rates, for our success rates. For our African American population, it's the reverse. We are well above where we anticipated being in terms of our participation rates, but we're below where we need to be in terms of our completion rates. So hopefully moving forward, we'll get everyone on track for all of our goals. Okay, this information is about our technology degrees, our baccalaureates, associates, and certificates. We have had the largest numeric increase that we've had since the inception of closing the gaps from 2010 to 2011. But as you can see, we still have a long way to go. We need 29,000 more degrees by 2015. We'll need to increase about 3,000 more degrees a year to get to where we need to be for our target. And we need 29,000 altogether, and we'll still need about 3,000 more degrees a year to reach our targets. So this is certainly an area that needs our continued focus as we move forward.
Just to point out one thing for the new board members, we'd had a downward trend, which reflected a national trend nationally in terms of computer science. So it's encouraging to see the volume of our computer science graduates have started to go back up again. So that's very encouraging at this point.
Yes, it is. It's also encouraging that we've seen growth in all of our STEM field areas. Okay, this slide emphasizes nursing and allied health. As you can see, we were predicting our degrees to be nearly constant from 2000 to 2005, and we readjusted our targets. And I think Texas has done a good job at encouraging students to enter these fields through such statewide programs as the Nursing Loan Prepayment Program and the Nursing Shortage Reduction Program. We are on track to meet our goals, but I think this is an area we need to continue to focus on as we move forward. In terms of teacher education, the data looks very different. We've seen decreases since, I believe, 2008 in our degrees awarded after seeing some steady increases over several years. This could be related to the economic situation that we have right now with teachers. There have been layoffs in the teaching field. In Texas, in 2010 to 2011, in that academic year, there were almost 11,000 teaching jobs that were lost, and there were about 25,000 jobs cut in independent school districts, so that would include staff, administrative, and teaching jobs. But I think this is something that we need to focus on, because if the economy improves, we may have some challenges in terms of producing certified teachers. Another one of our important goals is excellence, and excellence takes many forms. We've got some examples here for excellence at universities, some national honors. I know you all heard at the committee meeting that Texas A&M announced that they've been named one of 3 national biosecurity centers. Also, some examples of excellence at community colleges. We heard from one of our Star Award winners today, clearly an excellent program. We've had other excellent community college Star Award winners in the past, and these are also some examples of other accolades that community colleges in Texas have received. In terms of research, our goal is to, by 2015, increase the level of federal science and engineering research and development funding to 6.5% of all obligations.
Go back to that last one.
Sure.
One of the problems with that goal, especially having, I think if hindsight's 2020, if we could go back to 2000 or 2005, we'd probably swap it out with the next one you're going to cover, but problem is the lagging federal data. I think we just got, in the last couple of months, the 2009 data. Is there any way that we could do, that we, instead of waiting on that we could just estimate, the change in federal market share, so to speak? Could we put some kind of a model together to make this more relevant?
That's certainly something we could discuss. I'm not aware right now of a means to do that, but David, I don't know if you have any thoughts on that.
I think we'd have to essentially comb the federal, various federal agencies to see who they've awarded dollars to, and I think that probably would take quite a lot of time, but we can check that out and see if that would happen. The NSF does have some central databases, but I don't think they're any more current than what you're getting here. But
my feeling is it just lags so much that it's just not very meaningful.
Well,
it's
that's
a snapshot
right.
of what happened 3 and 4 years ago.
That's right, and part of that depends on federal appropriations, and they have to have their grant announcements, and some of these also reflect essentially earmarks as well in terms of what people get. But we can explore that, because this has been frustrating since the beginning, and the reality is the lag time is greater now than it was in the beginning. It was too long in the beginning, but it's even longer now. Before, it was about a year behind.
I think if it does, I can imagine that the initial effort could be pretty great depending on the sources you have to use, but if we had built that base, then tracking it once you've kind of got the initial base of research, obligations, like the recent announcement by A&M about the BARDA grants, you take that number and add it to the latest estimate.
Well, a lot of this is some of the grants will be, it's an accumulation of $200,000 grants. Some may be several million. I do get information from public information offices from some of the schools when they get grants, but I'm not even sure how complete that is. But we can look at that process.
I'd rather see us find a simpler means of a reasonable estimate than trying to define it down to the, brass tacks. So I just think even if it was had a plus or minus reasonable error range, it would be worth estimating.
And the real point, and this isn't the original measure. The board actually changed from a different. There was a dollar figure for federal amounts, and then the board decided they wanted to really said the real issue is we want to increase our share of the federal dollars. And so if we look at it from the standpoint of share, there might be a way we could estimate that in the way you're talking about and not be dependent on this. And it wouldn't be precise, but we may be able to get at that a little more easily than this.
Okay.
We'll give it a try.
Next one is good news.
Yeah, and one of the challenges actually here is that there is a fair amount of variation. The 2008 data, Texas was at 5.9% of the share, and then it dropped down to 5.6% the following year. So it's not something that's constant and fairly steady. There can be a fair amount of variability, but this does show that Texas has increased its share. This slide shows the information in constant dollars, and it's increased its share from 5.3 to 5.6%, where we've seen some of the states with the largest shares decrease over that time period.
And actually, the awarding of the lab to A&M is an example of what can put a big variation into this, because that will help our percent considerably, that alone.
Yes, I anticipate that next year that share will go up. Oh, 2 years from now, I'm sorry.
Of course, I think the other two sites, though, were Maryland and North Carolina, which are both on this chart.
Yes, they are, and they're both increasing their share. That's correct. Okay, and this actually looks at the original measure where we're just looking at dollars, and you can see that Texas is well beyond what the original target was, which was $3 billion, and we're now at 3.75 in 2011. And I think one of the reasons for the change was because I think you get a more accurate view of what Texas is receiving compared to the other states with the other measure. And then the final slide shows the research expenditures by universities and health-related institutions, and you can see that over the last 11 years that we've been tracking it, it's been fairly balanced in terms of the dollars at the universities and the health-related institutions. It's about 50-50 almost every year. And we're now this is shown for the 35 institutions, and we're now at the 38 institutions for universities and the 9 health-related institutions. And does anyone have any questions?
Members, questions regarding the Closing the Gaps progress? I think one question, and I had a brief discussion with the Commissioner about this, but one of the anomalies that we're seeing is that the participation rate in our Anglo cohort students has actually dropped by 11,000. Mm-hmm. Anecdotally, I think for at least the last 10 years, if not a little longer, we hear about the number of students going out of state, particularly those students who can't get into either UT or A&M. I just happened to recently see an article in the Houston Chronicle about the number of students, of Texas students enrolled in SEC schools. It was a sports page article. But for instance, LSU has I think it's nearly 8% of their student body are Texans. Ole Miss, it's nearly 5% of their student body are Texans. Oklahoma and other. So what I'm asking is, I think to understand the data, it's worth, again, trying to keep it simple and not stretch our FTEs too ridiculously, but to try to see if that trend is changing. We've sort of said 9 to 10% is the.
I actually did some research on that. The latest data, I think, are for 2010, and it turns out that the percentage of Texas students leaving the state has been going up steadily for the past 10 years. So that might be the top 10% effect. And according to the latest federal data, the percentage of Texas high school graduates going to school out of state is about 13%. And that number places Texas among the 15 lowest states in migration. There are an awful lot of states that send 17, 20% of their students out of state. But so Texas is still low in terms of out-migration. But that number, the number has been going up, and it's right around 13% of the last freshman class that's in the data set.
Another factor is, remember, Texas is a growing state, so at least for that long, we know that other states have been actively recruiting in Texas, and I can just anecdotally from my own daughters, I can tell you, you could have a stack of materials from colleges from out of state from here to the ceiling, because everybody wants Texas students. When we visit schools in the Northeast, every campus had a Hispanic student from Texas as a tour guide just by chance. Texas is a ripe place to get some good students. Related to the 10%, one thing we've seen over time is that, for example, if you look at the UT Austin data, in the very beginning, virtually every student that was admitted that was in the top 10% enrolled at UT Austin. That's not the case any longer. So even within the top 10%, more of those students are opting to go elsewhere. And I think part of what's happened is students have sort of opened their eyes to the multiple opportunities at the same time other people have been coming here trying to reap some of our talent. So there are a number of things that are going on simultaneously. Oklahoma at one time's state plan was essentially something like steal everybody else's brains. I mean, the title was almost that explicit. And
there's a punchline in there somewhere. But
yes. But staff, Raymond has directed staff. We have some past National Student Clearinghouse data that he mentioned your question earlier in the week, I think, or the end of last week, and so we've talked. Susan and I have talked, and there's some data from past years where we can identify students who went to other states, and we're going to look at. Essentially, one of the concerns is how many of them came back by looking at wage record data.
That's the key question.
Yeah. And so we're going to look at that.
What percentage do we get back to Texas?
Yes,
it's not
we're going to make
necessarily a bad thing as long as they come back and earn a living here in Texas. So, all right. And lastly, is there what are we doing? You mentioned one area, of course, which is certified teachers, especially STEM teachers. Do we need to do anything, or what are we doing to continue refocusing our accelerated plan for closing the gaps and making sure it's, obviously it's having some impact on some of these goals that were well behind that are now either nearly on or actually on target?
Well, I can certainly speak to the data side, and we're spending a lot of time trying to track those students. We took some time to take a look at the historical data for and some of our trend data in terms of what our students are majoring in related to the STEM fields, to see if we're going to be able to, get closer to reaching some of the goals in terms of our lag in STEM field production. And unfortunately, it looks like we still have a long way to go there. In teacher production, I think I'd have to allow the P16 initiative section to give you details about some of the initiatives that are going on there. But I think those are probably the two areas that we need to give the most focus as we move into the last 4 years of closing the gaps.
Well, that's down from 4 areas of focus to mainly 2 areas of focus without taking our eye off the other. But I just don't want this board or our agency, and I know I'm preaching to the choir, but we've got 3 years left. We can't lose our sense of urgency. We've got to keep our foot on the accelerator.
I agree.
Lose the brakes. So,
thank you.
Anything else?
Any other comments, questions?
Do you need a motion to approve this?
Yeah. May I have a motion? Motion's been made. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. The motion carries. Thank you very much. Agenda item 7D, consideration of adopting the Commissioner's recommendation to the Board to expend funds awarded to the Coordinating Board under 2012-2013 College Access Challenge Grant. Judy Loretto will now present that information to the Board. Judy.
Thank you, Dr. Golden, Commissioner, Dr. Gardner, and members of the Board. At the Closing the Gaps Committee meeting, we submitted our request to submit the proposal for the College Access Challenge Grant this next year of funding. and permission was granted to do so. The proposal was submitted as required by July the 5th. I had been in contact with Washington as of yesterday, and we should have the grant NOGA on or about August the 14th. This funding comes through the state, awarded or designated to us by the governor, so it was not a competitive grant. We are continuing our work as is stated in the document around the 5 areas, and one of them, including evaluation, is the 5th, but we will continue expanding our college advising corps, looking at our comprehensive student support services program, our adult completion degree program, Grad Texas, and of course Generation Texas. And so what we've tried to do is continue the focus not only with looking at access, but looking at success. And so what comes before you is the work that we plan for this coming year. As indicated, we should have the NOGA to proceed based on your approval to expend those funds. That's all I have to say, Dr. Golden.
Board's heard the report. Is there any questions?
I have just one, Judy. This is fantastic that we're going to be expanding the advisors to 240 advisors.
What we want to do is ensure that we have money to carry us so that because of the funding, what happens with the CACG grant, you will always get a no-cost extension. And so we just received our no-cost extension for the funds we have this year to carry over next year what we haven't spent. So it allows you some flexibility, and that's what we want to make sure that this program still keeps moving.
Yeah,
so it's not so much an expansion; it's a continuation of it.
Vital to keep it sustained.
Yes.
What is the demand? I guess you could say the demand is, if we had one for every high school in Texas, but.
Well, if we looked at the schools that have the low completion rates or low college-going culture, we don't have enough students to put out there. If we really notified the state of this program, we wouldn't have enough because of the number of high schools that are out there. Though we think we have enough counselors in the field, we don't. Counselors to dedicate themselves to helping students make this leap, especially since our student population in the public schools is so high minority. Students that typically, as the commissioner referenced earlier, are not knowing how to access college or that it's even for them. So it really takes a person like an advisor to be there full-time working in partnership with the counselors to help move these population of students into understanding that college, whether it be a career technical program or a 4-year track degree, that it is available to them. So you've heard the accolades and the experiences of the advisors. Some of those stories are extremely compelling of the impact that they've had and what it's done not only for them, but also what it's done for the communities where they're at. So, you want to open it up, but at the same time, we have to be cautious because we would have to have much more funding to be able to add many more on to the state. But it's definitely showing that it's a program of worth.
I do want to note that I noticed it's not in the board materials, but a late addition was Texas State University is now participating.
Oh, yes.
in the
Pardon me.
program.
Thank you.
Great. Well, if the foundation and others can raise the money, what would be the ideal number of advisors or the ideal number of high schools served?
Well, we definitely would need to tap into those schools that are what they call, I always call it the Fortune 400. I make that mistake, but it's not. The 400 schools that are not meeting that population, that college-going rate. So
HB 400.
HB 400s. And so when you think of that, and that number fluctuates every year. It goes up and down, but, if you had 300 advisors to put out there, you would have 300 schools that would come forward to the table.
The ballpark, there's how many HB 400?
Or 200. I think
there's 220 or something like that right now this year.
It was House Bill 400. I don't remember what session, 2003. It was before I arrived, that identified the lowest performing high schools in Texas. And there were about 200, 220 of them.
And it was the bottom 10% in terms of college going.
Culture.
That's it.
And what we did when I first got here, we, as part of our P16 summit, we brought them in. we brought representatives from each of those schools in because we had a lead person here, and at that time TEA had a director that was working with those projects. So as part of our P16 effort, we brought them in to help them so that they could see the things that they could do in order to improve that college going rate. Since that time, though, with the restructuring of TEA, that position was lost. But through our college advisors, we're still trying to work with those schools as much as we can so we can still help with that effort. We haven't stopped doing it, but it was probably more focused at the very beginning 4 years ago when the personnel were available. So.
Any other questions?
Move to approve.
Okay. Motion's been made. Do I hear a second? Motion's been made second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Item 7E, consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to approval of a new memorandum of understanding between the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board and the College for All Texas Foundation, closing the gaps. I think this is something that we're required to do every 10 years, if I'm not mistaken. Chair recognizes Nita Wright, Director of the Development.
Thank you. It was recommended by the committee that changes be made to the bylaws of the foundation, and with one change that would allow one change to the proposed MOU. And the foundation has voted in favor of making that change to the bylaws, so it has now been approved, so that the chair, it's explicitly stated that the chair of the coordinating board cannot also simultaneously serve as the chair of the foundation. So to Dr. Tescher's point, he won't be negotiating with himself in the resolution of any conflicts.
These two, this foundation has an arm's length relationship with the coordinating board. Is that by definition what I could consider?
Go ahead.
Because it's totally independent and run by its own board.
It is. It's totally controlled by the coordinating board. It's a supporting organization that's designated as a 501c3 509A type A, and that type A means that it is that the board chair, the coordinating board, appoints a majority of the foundation board. So, but in terms of arms,
everything Nina said is absolutely correct.
And that is as it should?
It is as it should be.
Okay, that's all I need to know. Any other questions? At this point, the chair entertains a motion that we approve this. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Been moved. Second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you. Item agenda 7F through 7N are on the consent calendar. At this time, this concludes the presentation and discussion by the Committee on Closing the Gap. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman Golden. Now we'll hear item 8 from the Committee on Strategic Planning and Policy, chaired by Harold Hahn. Harold?
I don't believe there's any public testimony. Is that correct? Okay.
Yeah, 9. My have a Roman numeral error on
we
my
knew what
script.
you meant. Yeah. So we will go to item 9C. Oh, sorry. We don't even have to do that. It's on the consent calendar. 9D is for informational purposes. It's an update on construction, rehabilitation, and property purchase projects. The first is Texas A&M University Renovate Kyle Field District Plan Phase 2. Do we have anybody on staff that's going to speak to this, or?
These two items were actually approved by the committee. This is just an informational item, so if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Are there any questions? If not, we'll move ahead then. Item 9E also is for information purposes only. Report on facilities decisions and projects certified to meet the requirements of the expedited process for approval. Susan, you want to cover that also?
Again, it's an informational item. We had some discussion about it at the committee meeting, and we are actually working with UT System. Dr. Agrawal had asked some information about insurance purposes, and we're getting some information from all the institutions to provide you.
Are there any questions, members? If not, we'll go to item F, which is a report on facilities decisions made by the commissioner or assistant commissioner since the previous board meeting. It's item 9F. Are there any questions? None. We'll move to item 9G, consideration of adopting the commissioner's recommendation to the board to accept and forward to the Joint Oversight Committee on Higher Education Governance, Excellence, and Transparency the report on improving student outcomes and higher education governance. Susan?
This was a report that was sent to you under separate cover asking for comments. We did not receive any other comments, so what y'all would be adopting is going to be exactly what was sent to you earlier. Since we did not receive any comments, we didn't make any changes. So are there other questions about this? Or
Right here.
was this already presented to the committee? It was not presented to the committee. It was not ready. We sent it to you, I believe, on the 2nd for comments. And it was, it was sent to the full board, and then it was also sent to the chair of the committee at the legislature as a draft, pending approval here. I move for approval.
Second. Okay. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, item 9H is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to the reallocation of formula funding for community colleges for fiscal year 2013. Members, you have received supplemental materials for this item. It's they call it goldenrod here. I call it yellow. So, Susan, you want to bring us up to speed on this? Okay. At the committee meeting, we told you that the community colleges were working with the budget leadership to develop a new methodology for reallocating the FY13 funding. There has not been 100% agreement at this time. So what the recommendation is now is that you give permission for the chair, the vice chair, and the commissioner to work with, if we get endorsement from the leadership, the budget leadership would be the LBB and the governor's office, and all 50 community colleges can agree on something, on a same methodology for reallocating FY13, that you allow them to accept that. We reallocated at that point for September distribution. That clear as mud?
And the deadline from the LBB is what? August 15th, because we have to have time to rerun the... What if we don't make a recommendation? Then we would need to do what is in the rider, which is the August, which is the reallocation based on the certified numbers. Which is what we've been doing previously? Well, this is actually the first year we've had this rider. So this is a whole new thing, but it is what the committee saw and what is in your book. It is that would be the reallocation that we would go forward with.
There's been some controversy over this, but the leadership of the legislature has indicated that if the community colleges will all reach agreement to a different methodology, they're okay with that. And so, but if they don't reach that agreement by August 15th, the rider will be enforced exactly as it is.
And we've not received any instructions or recommendations from any LBB leadership as of right now.
So if the community colleges don't come to an agreement, we can't just come up with our own new plan?
Correct.
Statutory, correct?
It's in the rider in HB1.
Any other questions or comments?
So what, have we approached the community colleges about this? Or is this all
yes.
brand new news?
It's brand new news, but we've already.
We have approached them about this. This has been ongoing. We just found out that we had been told starting in June that there would be a letter coming from leadership. They were working towards trying to get all the community colleges in agreement. That apparently has not totally happened, so this actually extends the time to allow the community colleges to all get on the same page and come forward with one recommendation.
We've lost our kumbaya moment.
Yeah, I was going to say, where was all that harp music and the parting of the heavens?
Well, this is, this is not related.
Yeah,
Not reflective of our policy. This is something that our hands are tied on.
I understand.
So it really is a matter of whether the LBB decides.
I don't think it's a question of disagreement among the community colleges. I think it's a question of herding all the presidents and getting them to come together on a common agreement.
So what we are trying to do
is
buy as much time as possible to allow the parties to kind of come up with a better resolution. I'm sorry.
I was just going to clarify again that we haven't had anything like this in the past. This was the first session.
Rider.
They've tried to allocate the dollars differently in the second year of the biennium. And once people saw what the results were, there was concern, and the flow of dollars would be very different than it would have been in the first year of the biennium. And so,
My question is basically if they don't reach a decision, but there's not really any flexibility for us to even make a decision.
That's
so
correct.
you would just have, the three of you would just make a ceremonial decision and follow what the statute says.
Correct.
I move to approve.
Second.
All right, if there's no further discussion, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Items 9I through M were on the consent calendar. Item 9N is a report on Texas Science, Technology, Engineering, and Math, the T-STEM Challenge Scholarship Grant Program. McGregor?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, this is just simply an update for you all on the T-STEM Challenge Scholarship Program, which was put into law in the last legislative session, and which we, with the very strong support of the Texas Guaranteed Student Loan Corporation, TG, were able to execute and put into implementation. They provided us with about almost $3 million to implement the scholarships at some of our community and technical colleges this year. And as you'll see in the LAR, we are requesting some new funding to provide state resources to help fund part of the program to match what TG has proposed in the next legislative session. And so as much as anything, this is kind of just to keep it in your purview and to let you know that this is something we're going to be continuing to work on as we move forward towards the next legislative session and beyond. And so we are very happy with the 7 institutions that came forward and presented proposals and that we have funded at this point, and we hope to see more of those coming this fall when we seek applications for the next grant year. So that's all I have. If there are any questions, I'm happy to respond. Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, there's no action necessary. Agenda items 9O, 1 through 5 are proposed rules. 1, 2, 3. Was there a comment on any of these items?
These are on consent, but I did want to make a request on item 4, which we're codifying in the rules, our guidelines for approving, our criteria for approving doctoral degrees, and that is that I'm going to ask the cause committee that Janelle chairs to work with McGregor to kind of monitor the effectiveness, the first step of which will be to kind of come up with a means of measuring whether these rules are serving their intended purpose of focusing institutions who want to add to their doctoral degrees, focusing them on improving their undergraduate graduation performance. And then over the course of the next year, suggest that committee evaluate whether there's any future modification or flexibility that could be built into a later rule change if the committee were to recommend such. So there was some interest earlier in possibly removing this from the consent calendar. Does that interest still there?
I don't know that we need to remove it, but can we clarify the language in here, Mr. Chairman, without having to reconsider it?
No, we'd have to reconsider.
Well, I'll make a motion to reconsider the placing this on the consent calendar for the purposes of clarifying some of the language and the actual intent of what we're adopting here.
Okay, so we want to remove it from...
Reconsider it.
Okay.
It's already been adopted. It was on the consent calendar, so I'm making a motion to reconsider.
So my understanding from council is that we obviously would need a second to do that, and then it has to pass by a 2/3 vote.
Clarify your language change.
I'm not trying to make a language change. I'm trying to clarify what this language is intended to do.
Well, maybe McGregor can.
Well, the chair is telling me that we have to reconsider it in order to clarify it.
If the intent is to possibly change the language, we would. Now, if you want to ask a question of clarification, I think we can do that without a motion.
That will be fine.
And then you can judge
right
whether you want to. Yeah.
So I guess my question, if I'm permitted, my question is on 04, and it would be under the 15A. And if you look at the last sentence of 15A, it says an institution may submit documentation, blah, 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 blah. This seems to be a exception to the essential criterion. And is it the position that staff, that if someone did not meet the essential criterion under A, would still be able to submit additional documentation in support of an exception that would not rely on the exception in B?
Am I being asked to legally interpret this?
I'm just asking, how is it going to function? So an institution submits a doctoral degree program under A. They do not qualify for the criteria under A. Would they then be able to, under A, submit additional documentation to support an exception, including but not limited to significant external funding, compelling regional need, and institutional mission?
I believe so, simply because B refers to the line above, which says the statewide average 6-year baccalaureate graduation rate shall be calculated, and B applies as a explanatory value for that sentence. And then the last sentence says you may submit documentation even though you don't, it's seemingly as though you don't meet the 6-year graduation rate.
So we would have two separate exclusion criteria then? One would be under B and the other would be under A?
You could overcome the presumption that the 6-year baccalaureate graduation rate was not met by meeting 2 of the 3 criteria in B, or by meeting one of the significant external funding, compelling regional need, or institutional mission.
Okay. So there would be 2 pathways to overcome this essential requirement?
Yes.
Okay. And if that's then looked at by staff would then say, okay, you don't qualify, you do qualify, but still all of those ultimately come to the board for approval or not approval?
Staff often turns down applications that do not come to the board's attention.
Even if the institution wants to bring it to the board's attention?
Yes, sir.
So
we haven't had it.
If they meet the criterion, you're going to bring them to the board.
Correct, but if they don't, for instance, under A.
Well, the criterion is merely to allow them to apply. So they may still be denied for the application, even though they have met either under A, an exception for the compelling regional need, external funding, or the like, or under B for meeting the graduation rate. Their proposal may still be denied by staff.
Right, and I can see how B would be a fairly objective, but I can see that A would be very subjective or potentially subjective. And I would want all those, if as the institution wanted it, to at least be heard by the committee or the board.
And that would require a rule change.
Okay. Where would we change that rule?
In 5.4, in that succession of rules. You're saying that you think that you would prefer that all proposals for new doctoral programs come to the board, whether or not staff recommends approval or not?
I believe what he's saying is asking if the institution requests that it be taken to the board for consideration, can that happen? Despite with the,
if the institution applies for one of these exceptions and is turned down by staff, and they say, well, that's fine, staff, but I still want you to take it to the board, would that request not be granted?
That would be up to the commissioner and others.
But is that our policy to do it that way?
It's never happened since I've been here for the last 4 years.
I don't know of an instance where it has either.
under different rules, there have been times in the past when there has been a disagreement, the staff has, it would have gone to the board for denial, actually, in at least a couple cases I can remember, not at the staff level, but a staff recommendation to the board for denial, and the board has overruled the staff and approved the program. There was a program at Texas State, for example, when that happened about 5 or 6 years ago, but I do think it would help to clarify this. I don't think we have to change the rule.
Well, that's what I was going, that's why I came back up, is because to change the rule along the lines indicated in the colloquy you and McGregor were having is not going to be something that we can do today. It's going to be a change that will need to be published and adopted at a subsequent meeting. So the rule in front of you today will not or cannot today be changed to automatically allow those types of cases to come to the board even after staff disapproves.
So to be able to offer to the institutions the right to, quote, appeal a staff decision to the board, we would have to change that in other language in our policies and procedures?
Given what appears to be the past practice that simply has never happened in this area of our rules, and if you wanted to make it clear that they could come to the board, we would change it probably in the 5.41 et cetera sections of the rules to make that clarification to allow the institutions to come directly to the board after a staff disapproval. And then it would be up to the board whether to go along with the staff or to modify the staff's determination. I mean, inherent, I think, in the powers of the chair, the vice chair, and the commissioner are the abilities for them to decide an institution can bring something to the board so long as it doesn't violate any of our rules. And I don't believe this would. But to make it clear to all institutions that they have the right to come to the board, it's probably better to clarify the rules.
Well, I would add one more facet, and that is now that we have formalized a permanent place on our agenda for public testimony, that would be another avenue for institutions to choose to come and testify. It would make the board aware. It wouldn't necessarily mean that they would, it would allow us to bring it up for a vote, but they also have that additional avenue if they so choose.
It would. That's an avenue they would have, but in order for, if an institution came in, for example, and contended that it should have been allowed to institute a particular program, a doctoral program, we'll say, but that staff disapproved it, again, unless that item was on the board's agenda for consideration and a vote, simply using public testimony it may generate the ability of that institution to bring it back to the next meeting, but there's nothing.
It would merely create awareness on the board's part. So today, I guess in conclusion, today we have really two choices. One is to let this item stand as approved on the consent calendar. The other would be to allow or to bring a motion, see if it gets a second, and the requisite 2/3 vote to reconsider it, up or down. Is that correct?
Except that I don't, if my understanding, and Dr. Cheshire, please correct me if I'm wrong, but if what you're trying to do is create a pathway to the board for institutions whose proposed program has been denied by the staff, that won't do it.
Well, I know that. But what I'm saying is all we can do today is to choose whether to leave this rule as approved on the consent calendar or reverse that decision.
That's correct.
And then start over again.
Yes, sir.
Or if it does stand as approved, it doesn't prevent the consideration of a future modification, but we'd have to post it as Bill is saying.
I don't intend to make a motion to reconsider it because I think the clarification was adequate that there are two pathways within this, and that it has been the pattern and practice that if it's denied at the staff level, it's not brought to the board level. And I can't mend this to change that. So at the appropriate time, I don't know if you have a new business section, I'll make a motion or a staff request to follow that up, maybe with looking at what language we could have that would allow the institutions that get a denial at the staff level to then appeal that to the appropriate committee and the board.
I think
that's not appropriate within this context, according to
within this agenda, but I think it's something, because it's not on our posted agenda, but it is something that you could ask staff and the new committee to consider whether to put an item on that the agenda for that next committee meeting.
Thank you.
And the cause committee would be, where that would go.
Okay.
So we now have a semi-consent agenda as well.
Yes, okay, 1 through 5 are on the consent calendar. Item 9P is a report on proposals approved by the commissioner or assistant commissioner since the previous board meeting. That's in your board packet. Are there any questions? If not, I
just want to say thank you to Ranger College for adding a new course on truck driving.
Right. Mr. Chairman, that concludes the business of the Committee on Strategic Planning and Policy.
Exactly. Thank you, Chairman Hahn. Now we will move on to item 10, matters relating to the Committee on Agency Operations, chaired by Durga Agrawal. Durga?
Agenda item 10A is the committee chair's overview. During the Deputy Commissioner's report, several reports were provided to the Committee on Agency Operations, including the following reports: Quarterly Financial Report, Sunset Commission Report, Issue 5, Implementing Compliance and Monitoring Function. Also included in Deputy Commissioner's report was presentation on continuous improvement by our new director, Elaine Lang. In addition, we heard from Susan Warren, partner with the firm of KPMG. She presented an overview of the audit of the agency-wide financial statements for fiscal year ended August 31, 2012. I'm pleased to report the agency received unqualified opinion on the financial statements. I would like to thank everyone who contributed to another successful audit.
Mr. Chairman, make a correction. It's our mistake. That should have been for the year ended August 31st, 2011.
Oh.
You read exactly what we put on there, but we put it wrong. So my apologies.
Sorry about that. Agenda item 10C is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board regarding the coordinating board's legislative appropriations request, LAR, for the year 2014-15 biennium. A summary of the LAR was presented by senior staff at our committee meeting yesterday. The committee voted to approve the LAR with the one change to the tables that detail the 10% reduction the previously proposed reduction of the professional nursing shortage reduction program, strategy D.1.10 were removed from the tables. 3 million of reduction were shifted to Alzheimer's Disease Center, strategy D.1.11. Are there any other questions or comments on this? Dr. Alonso can answer some questions.
And I also want to point out that you have just received a revised, summary pages that reflect that change that the committee voted on yesterday.
Could you summarize for us?
Yes, I was going to get to that. We remove, as Durga has indicated, the 2 5% cuts to that nursing reduction shortage program, and we applied it to the Alzheimer's strategy, D1.11, in 2 5% cuts. In both the first proposed reduction and the second reduction. So in other words, we shifted that $3 million to the Alzheimer's Disease Center. We have done a little bit of follow-up subsequent to your questions, Ms. Shepard and others. There is indication that they will be getting an infusion of federal funds for that research. Also, we will follow up and do some more due diligence on the metrics and so forth. So that is where it stands. Now, is that, Mr. Lee, is that, okay. Is there any other questions on that? Because I've got one other change that you will see. It's not apparent, but I need to point it out to you. This morning, and this is as of today at noon, this morning we find out that we had some misinformation on moving the African American Museum to the University of Texas at Dallas. If you remember, we had shifted that out of the strategy and parked it over in the central administration strategy. Now we understand through staff from staff that University of Texas at Dallas is not requesting those funds, so we put it back into the base. No effect on what you approved yesterday. It just shifts it back into the base. And of course, it changes the footnotes, but it just takes a footnote out. So those are the two changes. Other than that, the document is what the committee approved yesterday, along with the list of exceptional items. We didn't provide one because that did not change. We recommend approval by the full board so that we can meet our August 9th deadline to the LBB.
Move to approve.
Looks like.
Yeah, I just had a question for clarification when you're talking about so what's left at the Alzheimer's Center, you said, I may have misunderstood you, Arturo, when you said who's going to get the funding that you were talking about? There was alternative funding.
From the federal funds? The consortium.
So that'll go to the Alzheimer's?
Yes. It won't come through us, right.
Right. So what in essence you're saying they're okay?
Well.
Or what? I mean, has this been talked to by anybody else?
And let me call staff here because I think they've done some research on that, Bobby, and I don't want to mislead you as to what the.
Hello, I'm Chris Fowler. I'm a program director in WAR, and I just wanted to clarify or answer your question that there are no federal funding dedicated to Alzheimer's disease for Texas. So there's not going to be a trade out of state for federal monies. What we did find is there has been significant increase in Alzheimer's disease funding from the federal government that could potentially replace any funds lost in the cut that you're proposing to take to the legislature.
Chris, could you also clarify? I understand that not all the institutions that were able to participate in the use of these dollars actually did. Is that correct? Only, I think I saw from one of your emails today that perhaps 3 of the institutions actually.
The consortium of 4 institutions originally set into law in 1999 that would receive these funds has been expanded to 5 schools.
Okay.
And they're all receiving funding at this time.
So they, I'm assuming, have the potential to follow up with the legislature if they wish to try to increase this funding. It sort of was unusual that these dollars came to us to begin with. We would have thought that it would have gone directly to them rather than coming through us.
It's pass-through funding.
Right.
So they'll have the opportunity to go straight to the legislature.
They can do that potentially in an exceptional item, or the council, of course, is really also sort of the lobbying arm for the consortium, and they can go there as well.
Thank you. Harold made the motion.
There was a second.
Second.
Thank you, Chris.
There can be further discussion if anyone.
Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Agenda item 10D and agenda item 10E are both on the consent calendars. Agenda item 10F is consideration of adopting committee's recommendation to approve a grant from the St. David Foundation in the amount of up to $1,070,025 to administer a student loan repayment program for critically needed healthcare providers at non-profit clinics serving the underserved populations of the following 5 Central Texas counties: Bastrop, Caldwell, Hay, Travis, Williamson. And then we were made a presentation yesterday. The committee voted to approve the grant from the St. David's Foundation in the amount of $1,070,025. If there are some questions, we'll entertain some questions. Otherwise, I can request a motion for approval.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you. Motion carries. Mr. Chairman, back to you.
Thank you, Chairman Agrawal. That concludes the committee portion of our agenda. Brings us to item 12, which is adjournment. So the chair will entertain a motion for such. Is there a second? All in favor, say aye, stand up, and leave the table.
Aye or bye.
Aye or bye. Yeah.